Mhm, mhm. Boy, anybody there or not, I can't see, but see the title. Noisy, silent, chat. So it's gonna be some of all three of those on the treadmill right now. One, one. Yes. I listen to let y'all hear since I already did my church service already this morning earlier. Trying to say what day and night it is for y'all. I don't know what it is. Everybody. I've already did my service. Time with the Lord. Okay, Lord. 10 minutes from here. If it's all I can do, I'll do 10, 10, 10 all the way around. We're supposed to be doing 20 minutes period. Do to that for real talk. But I'm pushing a lot of days right now. It's trying to got to hear the alarm go off. Don't get alarmed. You hear it. If anybody's there, if somebody's there, spirit. All right. God. Oh, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for your mercy and your undeserved favor. Thank you. It's a new day. It ain't even just that it's a new day, but new a day that's already started. Oh, oh, thank you, Lord. Thank you for your mercy. Thank you for giving me a chance to live another day. Woo, woo. Let me see. I gotta get me another alkaline water. Yeah. Remember, silent, noisy chat. Don't hear me, don't worry. gallon. Gotta drink a gallon, so I've been drinking a gallon or more. And ain't nothing wrong with it, but it's not what the requirements are. So here, we're learning. Okay, let me get this going. Whew. Oh boy. Yeah, I'll see what it says if anybody's there in the pinned comment. It says hiya. This is a silent slash. No, this is a noisy noisy slash silent slash chat. You all can talk amongst each other, and I'll be around. Mm, mm. Okay, my water, y'all. I've been doing. What's a half gallon? Okay. Let me see what's up with everybody around here. 'Cause I don't know if there's some people in here or not. So let me go here. Keep that one open. Whew. Boy, now I gotta finish. I just gotta break it down a little bit in between. Cause I could feel something in my back. All right, let's see. Oh, no, 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 no. What's going on here? Let's see. All right, let me just make sure. All right. Oh, excuse me, y'all. Let me clear my throat. Dun 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 dun. I ain't no joke. Oh, I feel that in my back. Hey, what's up, everybody? How y'all doing? Hey, hey, what it be? What's happening? What's going on? I don't know if you guys seen the pinned comment, but we got it like this. Y'all missed some of the noise, but it's gonna be some more noise. And then there was a point just now that it was silent, and then now I'm chatting. And I really mean for it with the way it says up there, the pinned comment. I'm really doing that because I'm working out, and I changed my schedule, work schedule, so I'm able to be on here anytime I want. Kinda. All right. So I'd like to say what's up to Sissy Mimi. I mean Mimi, Nini, because I got somebody named Mimi too. It's Mimi forever. Well, what's up, Sister Nini? How are you? I enjoyed your live last night. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. How you doing, Miss Betty? And hi, Mega. Natalia, how are you today? Hello, Crystal. How are you? Miss Van Life, how's it going? I remember I just recently watched a video with you and your daughter, and she didn't want to be on camera. I got a lot of family that like that. They don't want to be on camera. I would like to be on camera, but I can't. So I know you understand where I'm coming from. I hope everybody is doing well and living their best life. I really do. I promise you guys, whenever you can open up like this and enjoy it, and I promise you, when I'm out in public, I meet more, I meet better people that are complete strangers than I do in my physical personal life. And it's amazing how God can put you on a track with some good people. And especially how I have to live now because I explain this a lot, and a lot of people keep telling, "Oh, you don't have to explain." I feel that I want to explain why I am not on camera. I have other videos. I don't just do lives, but I'm not fully on the camera either. And the reason why is because I got some issues that I don't call myself a victim. I don't like that title, but I am a victor, and I have been through some personal things in my life and also with one of my jobs. And this stuff is ended up in court proceedings that's been dragging on for quite a while now. Certain people can't be found and prosecuted, things of that. I don't want to, throw it like, throw it out too much because I live a different lifestyle. I'm underground, so to speak, in a way. You get what I'm saying? I'm also global. So, I had to change my life and, get a different vehicle, sell the houses, go back to renting because these people were more that part with the personal life is. I know a lot of women can understand some of the stuff I'm talking about. Men too, because I don't want to discriminate. But I'm just saying there's some stuff, and there was. I promise you, I'm not playing games. It's no fault of my own. Seriously, no fault of my own. And then the situation with my job turned to be a personal situation where when you are not even personal, well, they took it outside of the job description. It's not a coworker, it's the type of work that I do. I'll just use, for example, if you just say, for instance, if you have a police officer that arrested somebody and then they have to go to court, and you just say the police officer or witness is walking in the court and somebody attacks. Anyway, I hate to get into all that, but yeah, that is more pertaining to the business because a lot of us have jobs where you got to arrest people. And I'm not saying I'm a police officer or anything like that. I'm just trying not to give myself away because some of the people that I have that are third parties to these issues could be subscribed to me, and I just don't know it. You get what I'm saying? That's why I'm not on camera. But anyway, I'm working through this with the job situation, and then it ends up being, you just say you had to do something. I mean, we got people that are social workers that have to remove kids from the home, elderly people from a home, different stuff that, like that. I'm not trying to pinpoint because I'm trying to keep it copacetic, but I'm just saying what I did led to something else job wise. And it wasn't just me, it was a mandatory situation, and folks got a little, outside the job. You know what I mean? And you've seen them. You just say, for instance, you never know who you're gonna run into. You may be in a situation where you work a job and you go to somebody's wedding, and one of your clients you dealt with is there with somebody else, and y'all don't know how small this world can be, so to speak. Let me just stop talking about that. But anyway, with that, and then my personal situation is that people don't know how to leave things alone. You understand what I mean? So that's pretty much why I'm not on camera. So I decided to start doing my lives like this. Yes, ma'am, Crystal. Yes, ma'am. I'm glad you understand. And I'm not trying to play a bunch of games, weirdo, tic tac toe, and all that. I'm dead up serious. And a lot of times we don't understand that stuff like this don't just happen to those people. You ain't got to wait just to hear it on the news. Somebody knows somebody,
or some people have been through these types of things themselves. And it's not a game. You understand what I mean? It's not a game, especially when you have stuff that gets in place with people stalking. And, I'm just trying to elaborate on a few things so that you guys can get where I'm coming from. And I just had to, and it's hard too, because, and that's one of the reasons why I reached out here too on social media, because I, um, I am able to make real friendships, and you guys are able to relate to me even if I'm not in your physical life. You get what I'm saying? And I think that's how people got to reach out to God the spiritual way. I'm not saying we're God. That's not what I mean, but I'm just saying in general, we have to connect, because a lot of us on here, we may not be who we say we are. We got a lot of people that come on that don't have no face, but it doesn't mean that they're weirdo or because they don't have no channel. You just have to trust and believe that you're meeting and socializing with somebody that's decent, but at the same time, you don't have to reveal too much of your personal information in case this is somebody with some problems or some issues. You understand where I'm coming from? And I appreciate you guys all for coming. I really do, because this right here has been amazing. And this is not to get on here, because see, with me, I always put my best foot forward. Yes, Crystal, that yes, because it's better to say that than to make yourself feel smothered down. Because I'm going to tell you, I've processed all those emotions, Crystal, and that's why I said no. I'm a victor, because no matter what, I'm still winning. You understand? And a lot of people have been victim of so many things. You got people, and I'm just giving a few things that has been, they work at a bank, and the bank was robbed. And you become what they want you to do is to be a victim. And if you look at the definition of what defines victim and what defines victor, the victor is a winner. A victim stays, and you are a victim for a while, but it's your mindset and allowing God to help you heal, even though you're still going through the process of the atrocity that was against you. And it's so weird too, because I had started off with this. I had a whole nother channel doing YouTube, and I had got into a business deal with someone, and it didn't go the way I thought it was going to go, in the way that they were planning. I was the mouthpiece. I was the ones responsible for the responding to the comment section and also bringing in the subscribers. That's my part of it. And then they were the technical side and the business end of everything. And the way I knew was I was going to be getting paid from them, but I didn't know anything about YouTube monetization. I didn't know nothing about watch hours or none of that. But what happened was my working towards my salvation with God changed the way I would be able to do things, because it was real grimy. Like, I give you example, I was doing stuff like reviews of like these reality shows, Love and Hip Hop, our famous people, but the language that I needed to use to keep this job, I would have to be very vulgar. And by me trying to work on my salvation with God and do right, I wasn't. He just kept telling me, "This is not what I want you to do. This is not what I want you to do." And I promise you, one video that I put up from Love and Hip Hop that I did a review on, talking real worse, cussing worse than a sailor. I'll say it like that. I got like 1,000 views within 15 minutes. And by the time I conquered that crowd, I had like 6,000 people. And when God started speaking to me, and I'm not saying that I'm perfect, I'm a super Christian, because I'm still working on my salvation. Because a lot of times when you speak about God, people don't understand that don't mean that you're all the way where you want to be. We're falling, we're stumbling, we're getting back up, we're doing it again, we're doing it again, we're doing it again. And that's where I'm at. So I'm not trying to portray anything that's not real. But what I will say is that that wasn't for me. It wasn't worth the amount of money. And I'm going to be honest with you, these people that I was doing the business with, obviously they found someone else to do that type of commentary. It's Wendy Williams type stuff, but with vulgar language. And Wendy Williams get down on it. You know what I'm saying? So now they're a big channel. They got millions of subscribers now. They done went all the way to the top. And the thing that's so funny, a few of these people that started that I was working with, they got to the point where they started working with another person that actually in real life end up having court issues with Cardi B in real life. I'm not trying to make myself out of nothing. I'm just saying a part of something, and it goes on and on. So that's where I'm at right now with that. So I decided then, after that, since I wasn't going to do that, then I decided to start just opening up, having the vlogs with my family. I'm in the grocery store. We're having Thanksgiving. We're having Christmas. We're this, to that, parties. And everything was getting ready to get, I was getting set to put these videos up. And then I started having the problem. First started with my personal life. People that you're not dealing with anymore, popping back, all this weird crap. So that ended up going to a proceeding to, legal proceedings, and then an incident occurred with me and a few other coworkers doing our job. See, people don't understand that it doesn't end there. Certain things that you do with your job, you could be a cashier at Walmart, and I'm not saying anything wrong with it. I'm just giving this for example. You could be a cashier at Walmart and you can have a customer that goes off on you. Like if you rung up something wrong, hurry up. Why are you taking so long? Well, ma'am, listen, this was on sale, but it's not on sale. But I don't care. I only got $3, and they get disgruntled with you. I've seen people where they've had a problem with a cashier and seeing that person somewhere else, the grocery store, HEB's, Kroger's, and fought them. So, you understand what I'm trying to say. I'm just giving you guys a synopsis of that type of thing. So I couldn't do it that way, with me doing the family vlogs because now we're under protection. You understand what I mean? So I changed it up and I decided to start doing my I changed the name of the channel completely. And I decided, and mind you, out of the 6,000 people that I had, I got probably out of that crowd, maybe 1,000 of them came with me and the rest went with the person I was doing business with that then blew up to a big, big channel. And then I still got 400 and something people that stayed over there on a channel that I don't even deal with anymore. So they didn't get the note, they didn't pay attention to the notice because I kept going to each individual person saying that I'm Rruk of all, now I'm Rruk of all. And, like I said, 1,000 came, and then the other ones I worked for myself. So everybody that you see that comes through here, this is not a part of the club. A lot of these people are people that I had before I joined in with the club, and the club has been like a more better portion of people, unfortunately, in some ways, if you know what I mean. And I don't want to put nobody down and build nobody up while I'm knocking somebody else down, but I'm just saying. So then I couldn't do it, like I said, with the family vlog. So I decided to start doing my hauls and just not being on camera fully. And then I got a few hauls that I'm on camera, but I got on a mask and sunglasses. You know what I mean? And I didn't want nobody to feel creepy. So I just started doing it from, part of my body. So that just a little explaining of that type of thing right there. Hello. I hope you have a nice day, a nice weekend. I hope you have a nice weekend too. This is spiritual. I can't say it right. Okay, spirits in the sky. Blue. Oh, that's nice. I like that name. Thank you. And I hope you have a blessed weekend as well. It's a new day, a new start, or whatever. Because, yeah, it's hard to say that too, because a lot of people say good morning because they think you're at the same time as them. And I've learned that we know we're all on different time zones. So, you know what it is. We got to get it how we live, y'all. But yeah, whatever time, day, or night it is for all of you, I wish you the best and I really appreciate it. And I have, some people here that I have met. That's been some genuine people, and I really appreciate it. And if you like coming through, come through, and it's all good. And Miss Crystal Van Life, yay, yay, yay. And Nene, I just did her. And see, the thing is, I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. We all only have 24 hours in the day, right? So we have to utilize it the best we can. But what I want to tell you guys is that with me, I'm not playing no games on here. When I come through to see you guys, even if I only stay on the amount of time that's allowed for you guys, whoever wants to be monetized, or who wants to stay monetized. I make sure I give it the time. I'm not going to pop up phony just so that you can see that I came to your channel so that you can come watch my channel. I'm not in it for that. And then financially, if this becomes something lucrative, that'd be okay. But at the same time, I've been blessed by God to be able to have a decent income. So I'm stable if this does not become lucrative. But at the same time, the friendships that I'm making are priceless. Remember that. The friendships that I'm making are priceless. And I just want everybody to know that this is not a game for me. I'm really here to rock and roll for real and make friendship and to have each other's back. Because I got a few people here. Now, see, you can't see, and it's hard to tell who's real with it because sometimes you can't tell if a person just popped on just so you can see their face and they really don't care about you. And if that happens, I'm not saying we're going to let that take us down or beat us up, but I would rather stay. I know how to help people that don't care nothing about me and be selfless. I get that. But because of how YouTube is, I would rather stick by the people that we really care about each other and we're really supporting each other. And then I do help the people that don't support, but it's best to ride because it's hard to spread yourself this thin. But I really would love to be able to spend more time with people, just like with Miss Betty on here. pre-retirement days. He's absolutely amazing, and I watch her videos to the fullest, and she can run a half hour. But I those are the videos that I take the time and I just binge on them, if you know what I mean. And then Miss Van Life lady here, beautiful Crystal. I enjoy her life as well too. So the people that that I deal with, I try my best to watch the majority of their videos so that I can get around. And you know how many? Because I'm not bragging, but I got like about maybe 3,000 and something subscribers, and all of them obviously are not with me. But there's at least for me, I have to answer at least maybe with the grace of God, with the grace of God, at least at least maybe 50 to 100 comments on a regular basis, and that's not just on the live, but it's also on the portion of the portion of my other videos, which are hauls. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of work on top of all of us. We have husbands and jobs, kids, got to take a shower, you got to cook, you got to live. Why? Because life is lifing, right? You get where I'm coming from. So with that being said, I have to make sure that I don't burn myself out with this or anything else in my life, and that I give you guys the right attention and friendship that you deserve from me. So I have to give everybody some time, but it's not going to be fake, phony time. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's what I've been dealing with here on YT, because a lot of people are just in it for you to do what they want you to do for them, and they don't care nothing about you or your content. Which is the thing that I mean, it's not going to break me down, but I really rather be where I'm wanted. You understand what I'm saying? If that makes sense. I'd rather be where I'm wanted, and do it like that. That way I don't waste some time on somebody that don't care. But then again, I don't feel like you're wasting time, because sometimes the people that treat you bad, you got to love them too. But you got to know how to do it on YouTube, because you'll get burnt out. You can't spread yourself that thin all the time. So that's why I try to, make it my point to do the best I can with it. And even though I'm physically saying hi to everybody, I mean, verbally, listen at me, verbally saying hi to everybody, I still want to type in the comment section, hello, hey, what's up, Bert, how you doing? I am waiting for a certain crowd of people to come in here too, because I want to elaborate on some amazing things that happen. I watch Bert's live. I watch anything he do, anything with the dogs and music, because that really is truly my brother. And people don't understand to have your own real physical brothers in your life, and then to really feel that these guys are your brothers, and the females are my sisters, and a few of them may be nieces because they're younger than me. But I'm telling you, this movement right here is absolutely amazing, and this is something that I adore and that I need in my life, because I am not able to be around people other than my personal family unit, which is not a lot of us now, because folks done grown and moved on and living their best life. And at the same time, I have another job that I do outside of the home, that I have limited amount of contact with coworkers, because since C-19, the office, everything has changed differently. So the people that I know there, and this is not the job that I had the problem with, that I have paperwork as court proceedings, because I got transferred from there. But this is another job. So basically, it's one in the house and one out the door. And I don't really deal with a lot of people at that job. So I'm with my family, whoever you run into in the grocery store, no neighbors, no neighbors. I had to clean up ghost. Do you understand what I'm saying? Ghost. So there's no neighbors. I mean, I see people that live on the street. Hello, how you doing? All right, have a good day. Not funny, stuck up, weird, edgy. I don't do all of that, but I know that I have to keep a low profile for my safety. And I haven't had anybody that had a problem with it. Even though I don't deal with them, I give them care packages. A lot of people celebrate, Christmas. I don't put wreaths on their porch, and I just let them know, it's from your neighbor. Or if I see somebody else, say, you don't mind, I'm going to leave a care package on your porch. They got a good sale at HEB's or whatever store I'm going to, and I'm going to drop off, because it got buy one get one free, and I'm going to buy 5 bags of potatoes. So I'm going to keep one from my house and drop one on your porch, so you'll know where it came from and not feel offended. You don't have to come to the door. You don't have to bring me nothing. I'm not doing this for show and tell. I really mean it. But anyway, he had a nice live last night. He said, I have time to listen. And I'm going to tell you something, and I mean this. I have, oh my gosh, my life has been so amazing, regardless of what I'm dealing with right now. But at the same time, do you know people don't really take it seriously? Some people don't. But do you know, and this is not the same type of thing with God, but do you know that you have to really be able on here on YT to connect with people spiritually? I mean, I know people get personal and give emails and phone numbers and they have meet and greets and stuff like that. But I'm saying that when you first start this thing to even get to that level, you have to have a spiritual connection enough to even proceed with giving out a phone number or an email, and to be able to get that deep with people that I haven't been able to really get into because of how my life has changed. It's been a blessing, but I know this is how God wants us to work. And we had a live last night, and there was so much going on. I said Bert had a live, and I was at his live, but we all get there as a group, and there was so many subjects. Like John touched on the subject. Maiden, he said he had a scare, and all of those things I've experienced it. I've been through it. I'm a survivor. You understand what I'm saying? And I wanted to find a way to share all of this because I got a lot. It seemed like everything somebody say, especially a lot of some of the horrible stuff, but I got the good stuff too. I've been through it. I'm a survivor. I know about the big C. You get where I'm coming from? And I had three different situations with me. I just haven't shared that yet because I'm trying to open up my life, but make sure that, I hope nobody that got these court proceedings with are one of my subscribers and end up tapping in to find out where I'm at and start all that or bring it back up again because I'm trying to get all of that straightened out. So with me forming this is not one of those moments that you feel, oh, I gotta, do this and say that just to, no, it's not that. This is what I'm living with every day. You understand what I'm saying? And when I come on here and I speak like this, because a lot of times we have these grand moments with a few people in our personal, physical life and on YT, and then people may leave you hanging, and you got to know how to handle that. You can't take it to the heart. But with me, this is heartfelt for me to have these connections like this, and it's so hard. What did he say for about 10 minutes? I hear you, Bert. You know I'm gonna tear it up, so you may have to go because you know how I do. And I promise you guys, and I'm not saying that there's nothing wrong with crying, but I promise you, there's a warrior up in me that you bug out on me because I'm the type that I can be pretty in pink, have my nails done, and within 3 days, if I got to do an oil change, I'll go out there and do an oil change, and you won't even know what's happening. Hang on. Sorry about that, y'all. I try my best to when I got because we got another phone line set up for business, and I try not to have that going on. But that's why I said it's going to be noisy. It's going to be a chat. It's going to be silent because I have to, because a lot of times when I get these calls, I have to recite back people's credit card numbers and things like that. That wouldn't be appropriate to be doing that on social media. Come on now, y'all know what I'm saying. But the point that I'm trying to make is that when you're in these lives, you can't get it out the way because everybody's flooding it with comments, which is amazing. Because right, we all got something to say. I wish that it was where we all could talk, but it'd be hard. But I think that if people be respectful, like if they say, "Okay, Rook, it's your turn," I can squeeze in something for 2 minutes, and I really got to be quiet, and then somebody else can say something, then somebody else can say something because this stuff that I'm hitting on right here, all of the stuff that we be discussing, and I tell everybody in life there's no way to that any person in this world can live without experience. Love, hate, in between, envy, everybody experience those emotions, and it's normal because we live in the flesh, right? We got a lot of evil and stuff in the world, so we basically have to process those emotions. But a lot of times, just like with me, with my situation with these court proceedings, I felt like I was buried when I'm only planted. You understand what I'm saying? And what lifted me out of that a lot is my spiritual relationship with God. And I'm not super Christian. I'm not trying to say anything wrong with somebody that is devout. And, because I've been places where you got monks and they don't even speak regular words. They, Lord Jesus. I'm not making fun. I'm just saying, that's not how I practice. I don't call myself a Jehovah Witness. I'm real. I cuss today. I get mad. I have negative thoughts. And this is something that I'm going to keep doing until I get it right. But see, there's no such things as being perfect. So we have to process it the best that we can. But on here, the way I have formed the friendships has been what God is teaching me how to be, what kind of relationship to have with Him. a spiritual connection. And I had some deep talk on here that a lot of you guys weren't available for that I had yesterday. And I said, what do you do in a situation like this? You are a married couple, right? And your husband or wife ends up disabled, where they're not able to function the way they used to, far as their job description, your intimate life, and your personal quarters. What do you do in a relationship like that? That's when the love is tested. See, we passed the honeymoon stage. We passed all the kids and all that type of stuff. We on ground now. What do you do? What do you do? Do you know how many people walk away? Do you know how many people's marriages end over that, or relationships? I don't care what it is. Some people are in same sex relationships. You know what I mean? Some people are common law, some people are married. But what do you do? What do you do when you get in a marriage with someone and y'all have kids, and y'all have different plans for the kids? You understand what I'm saying? What do you do when you say, like, I just say, for instance, I have somebody right now that's caught up in a situation where the husband wants the child, or the kids I should say, to be a hunter, learn how to hunt, really hunt, killing, and slaughtering and all that type of stuff, and the mother does it. How y'all gonna make the decision, both of y'all, for this child? You see what I'm saying? So that kind of stuff like that is the stuff that we need to keep in consideration when we jumping into these relationships, because a lot of time people are more caught up in the sexual portion of relationships, opposed to the stuff that's going to be the glue to help it stick together. And I realize a lot of times when you're not able to do what you've done, people change. And see, to me, that's not the most important part of a relationship. What does intimacy mean? Intimacy is just not a thing that you're intimate in bed. Intimacy means to seek into me. People don't get that. They don't know how to define that properly. And see, that's the type of commentary that I like to talk about on here. And I got deep yesterday. I had some people, we was rocking with this, and I mean, I went all upside the wall and back down, talking about all that kind of stuff. And when we have these lives going, you know how many people that pop in and say something like, you be talking about something good. Yeah, well, we getting ready to travel for the holiday, and somebody may pop in and say, my mother died, my uncle died. And you get some people, man, we ain't talking about that over here, man. We ain't got time. That's not how it go. It's open for everything. We're all not okay. We all did not wake up this morning. You know what I'm saying? And people don't consider that, because they figure, you know what? I'm doing good. My kids is fine. My husband's fine. I ain't got no calls from no family member. But you turn the news on and they'll say a child just died. And you're like, well, they're not related to me. I mean, I'm not cold hearted like that, but some people are. It is related to you. What did we say? I believe in God. So who is God? God is our Father. Okay, if He's our Father, what does that make all of us? Brothers and sisters. Yes, it does matter. Yes, it does. And see, that's where you start realizing what you're dealing with, because you can see that people are in a different place. And sometimes you get people that like to fool you, and then they end up revealing who they really are by situations like that. Like, you could be talking to them and thinking everything is cool, and then all of a sudden something like this happened, and then you think, well, who have I been dealing with all this time? I thought we were, you were on the same page, and that you were, good with this. And like I said too, on here I have a lot of people that are really into the Christian stuff. So if I have one of my people, even typing in a cuss word, oh, you can't deal with them no more. Oh, they of the Satan. First of all, you're not God, so you can't judge people. Secondly, this is what people like to say, well, they got one foot in the church and one foot in the street. Okay, what's wrong with that? What do you do when you're trying to make your way into church? Okay, you got a drinking problem, but you manage to get to church one day, and then you relapse before you can make it back the next day. That's one foot in the church and one foot in the street. How do we judge you? Why would we judge you when you are trying to get your salvation right and get yourself together with God? That's why I said we got to watch all of this, because some people take this too far. And I'm not going to lie, I know that just because God is forgiven, that doesn't mean that I can keep sinning, but I do. I do. I'm going to keep it real with you. Yes, I do. I have negative thoughts in my head. I remember one day I was leaving out with some family member. We did our church thing before we left. We did church stuff in the car. As soon as we pulled up at Walmart, we were getting out, putting our mask on, and a guy was looking at us. And I said to my family member, what is he looking at? And they was like, yeah, he's nosy. Now, how are we going to say that after we just praised the Lord? Because you live in the flesh. That's why. And you make mistakes, and you're not perfect. I've had said damn and shit. Yes, 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 yes. Damn. What does damn mean? River dam. Okay. River dam. What if I'm talking about the river dam with the water? People look at it as the negative way as possible. If somebody said, "Hi, how you doing today, Rook?" and I said, "I'm gay." Oh, that's your sexual preference? Is that what that word means? Let's wake up, people. Come on now. We got to wake up. And what I like about with Bert is Bert knows the kind of job that he has. So he comes in and he's, oh, man, you're amazing, bro. Oh my gosh. He comes in and talk, but he knows how to stay in his place because there's certain things that you can't get into with that type of stuff. But he has a way of letting you know that he knows. And if you want to get on a deeper level, you can contact him. And that's the same with me. I just tell people to hit me up with Instagram because I got some clever folks that's been trying to track me down. So I have to watch everything. I can't even do a P.O. box. You understand what I'm saying? And when I say I'm global, it's not a game. I'm really global. I could be, in the States one minute and in Jamaica the next. And I mean, I'm saying this with the one job that I have that's outside of the house. This is prepared where it's a seasonal situation. So I can bounce like that. And then the other job is right in the house. As long as I can get a Wi-Fi, I got it going on. Y'all understand what I'm saying? And sometimes I had to leave completely and be in Guatemala, Puerto Rico for a couple of months until I can find somewhere if I want to go back to the States that's safe because nobody's found me or running me down. You get what I mean? And this is not easy to let this stuff pop like this because I got family and stuff that has to stay grounded. So this is not a game. There's a lot of stuff I noticed that I don't know if you guys noticed that I don't discuss. I have family. People don't know if I'm a parent or not. And if folks was talking in live about struggling parents and stuff like that, and this one particular YouTuber that is a single parent and what they go through. Listen, I rocks, I roll, I ride. You understand what I'm saying? I ride. I remember I had a decision to make, whether I want to live or die. I have been brought back to life. And I'm not saying that all my life has been all of this. Oh, you from the streets. You never had a good thing in your life. Everything is negative. You've been bad. No, it's not that. First of all, if I'm still alive and I was able to live through those things, I'm blessed. Do you understand what I'm saying? People don't understand every rose has a thorn. You get what I mean? And a lot of this stuff is to prune you back and to strengthen you for your journey. What's for you is for you. What's for me is for me. That's why I keep telling people, don't live like that. Don't live like that. You got to pay attention knowing that you have to live before you die. Do you understand what I'm saying? When I say live before you die, don't plan just to live for eternity. You see where I'm coming from? You're just for the moment. Oh, just no, 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 no. You're not gonna make it to heaven that way. And I know I'm on that struggle. You have to live before you die. Don't live with regrets all the time. And this is better said than done. But I promise you, if you want that to happen, it can. If you get into it and you bring God with you, you ask God to help you. You can get through those things. Because I know with jealousy will eat you up like a cancer. Regret is the worst because you go back and try to do this, you go back. No, no, our past is not our destination. We may learn from what we did in the past. You may think about some stuff in the past to straighten out the future so that it don't happen again, but you don't want to go backwards because time doesn't stand still for no one. Time is something we can't change. Time is something that we can't get back. And when you are in a position, especially if you are taking care of people, teaching, or whatever your job description is, do your best. Do your best. And I always used to say, treat people the way, you want to be treated. But I realized I learned with that, you have to be careful because some people don't give a damn about themselves, their kids, or their family. So when you say that, you got to know who to say it to. All these cliches that we have out here like that, I always find a in between area with it because they say too when first impressions when you meet somebody. I don't believe that. If a person shows you who they are, you believe it. I don't believe that either because I've had situations where I have met someone and they behave very rude and cold and nasty, and when I got to know him, I asked him, "Well, what was up with you, a couple of weeks ago?" I had got a call from my job and I just got diagnosed with cancer. So that's why I acted. You see what I mean? We're quick to judge. Oh, she was acting funny. Oh, he was kind of nasty. He's kind of shady. And then also we know when we know that people are, you understand what I'm saying? Because I feel like God don't make no junk, but there is a such thing of people that are pure evil. And I think that something happened here because see, people don't understand a chemical imbalance is not just, us having this like mental disorders that we can say in the name of like schizophrenic and bipolar and all that. It's much more than that. Some people are absent from their mind is not right. It's how their chemical balance is, their psychopathy. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of people don't pay attention to that. So what I decided to do was I decided to look into all kinds of emotions and people and things and why they do stuff and stop judging people and meet them where they're at. And when I do that, I get a lot of people that get upset with me because they like, well, how come you dealing with her as nasty as she was? Why would you even give her a ride? You know what I'm saying? Didn't she throw your coat on the floor last week at work? You know what I'm saying? I'm not living for that though. I know who to stay away from, who that needs some help, who needs a little love. I just had a nasty cashier up in the Dollar Tree, and he was so cold. I mean, real nasty. Next in line, I got up there, said, "How you doing?" Yeah, what? You know, really, just that foul. And I kept talking. I said, "So what you got planned for the holidays?" Who cares about that? Like, the Scrooge type of thing. And I kept talking to him, and then I got him talking so good that he was smiling so hard I could see his cavities. You see what I'm trying to tell you? Come on now. Come on now. And then if that didn't happen, I still wish him well. Even people that has done stuff to me, even the stuff that got me off camera and living the way I live. I don't have nothing against these folks. I pray for these folks, but one thing about it, sometimes you got to love people from a distance. We have to keep it real as people. Sometimes you have your kids, you may love them, but you don't like their personality. Let's just be real with it. Let's stop pretending like we got this all down pat and we're all so perfect and we don't never do anything wrong. You understand what I'm saying? Let's keep it real. Hello, hello, Kate. How are you? Katie. And see, I got a Kate. And I've been calling her. Now, this is so weird. Her name is Kate, but I've been calling her Katie. And now I'm seeing Katie and I'm calling her Kate. All right. Now, who is talking in the building? You understand what I'm saying? How are you today? How are you? I hope you're doing well. I'm just running off at the mouth as I do because I've always had situations where people always put me up to be the one for conflict resolution because I like to keep it real, but at the same time, I like to have an understanding of everybody, even the person that's done something wrong. I like to have their back. You understand what I mean? And I have worked in a lot of stuff with the school system, with the kids that people want to throw away, the alternative schools. I've worked with a lot of those kids to help. Even before I did that, I used to have when I had a house to myself. I used to help kids that were struggling out on the street, and a lot of times people don't realize that nobody's really giving them a chance, and some people just they're just not they can't do it, and sometimes that's their own parents. So I understand all that. I've been through some stuff myself too, and I just feel like God can make old things new again. You understand what I'm saying? He saved a wretch like me. You know why? Because mercy saw me. You get where I'm coming from? That's where I'm at. And I promise you, I'm saying all this stuff right now, and who knows what's going to happen to me in the next 5 minutes. But the thing is, long as I straighten up, repent, and turn myself around, I think I can do it. And that's the whole thing. I just don't like to give up. And what did he say? I'm going to leave this on. Oh, thank you so much, Bert. Going to teach now. Much love, my sister. Yes, brother, I hear you. Thank you so much for coming. Like I told you before, you guys, I appreciate everything. And I want y'all to understand really and truly, when I do these lives like this long, I promise you, the only reason why I let them run this long, honestly, is because I have so many good friends. I'm not bragging like I'm a multi, because this ain't a channel. This is my hangout, kick it back spot. But I'm just saying, I have quite a few good friends, and we're all on different time zones and things like that. So if I let it run, I get like right now, I got you guys in here. Bert will be here through it all as I am with him. But a lot of you guys may disappear. Then I get another party of five, and it's different time zones for all of us. So for us to be able to meet and be friends and hang out, this is why I run it like that. I promise you, I don't expect anybody to watch or be through my whole lives or even if they go do the replay. I don't expect none of that. But what I do for people is I try if they got a live, I try to make sure that I learn, the YouTube requirements, how long to watch their live so that they can get monetized or stay monetized. How long to watch their videos so they can get monetized or stay monetized. And I think with that, it's 3 minutes or more to give them, and then there's a lot of people that I don't want to just let it run sometimes. You know what I'm saying? I want to enjoy the content. And it's hard to do that when you got, life is life and you got husband, you got kids, you got a job, you got to eat, you got to shower, you got a grocery shop. So we have to be mindful that we don't burn ourselves out, not just on YT, in our personal life. Sometimes we got to sit back and say, you know what? I need to chill. And there's nothing wrong with chilling. If you got to chill, you got to chill. But you got to have the right perspective on things so you don't, burn yourself out. What did she say? I was kicked out of the YouTube for a minute, but I'm back. Uh-oh, what happened? Are you serious, Crystal? What happened? Is it here talking with me or just period? Have a blessed day, Crystal. Thank you. I don't know what happened here. Hey, what's up, Mimi? What's happening? And look at Nene, she's back too. I hope you have a blessed day, Crystal, and I thank you so much for your time. Yeah, Mimi, I just did part of my workout, forever Mimi, and I gotta hit up the rest. You know how that go. I hope you're doing well, Mimi, and I know you've been killing the game with the gym, getting it in. Get them stretches going and keep it moving. Yeah, you're gonna soon be having a break, aren't you, Miss Mimi, for the Christmas vacation and stuff? It's that time again, huh? But yeah, we got a lot going on out here in the world, y'all. And I've been having a lot of different people, and we just been chatting it up. And I'm gonna tell you, we hit some serious subjects here yesterday. I mean, we turned this thing all the way up. I mean, we got into all the kind of stuff, and I know it's a lot of the stuff that we speak about. A lot of people don't want to hear it. You know what I mean? And I understand that because sometimes, even though it's your channel, whoever hangout spot, a lot of times you may be talking about something that may be a trigger for somebody, and they may be uncomfortable with. And that's fine because I'm the type that if I watch somebody's video and then I go to watch it again the next day and they have some content that it's something that's not I'm not comfortable with. And I'm not saying anything like if somebody's doing something and that's their life and just because you don't do it, but I mean something that might be, a trigger. Like somebody may be talking about the loss of a family member and you may have just lost a family member and you're not able to hear that and speak about it. So you kind of run from it a little bit, if that makes sense. So I get it. We just all have to do whatever we're doing and do it moving. You know what I mean? And it's not not to diss nobody, not like that, but everybody has a life to live, and you can't expect someone to watch every video that you put out. Every time you pop up they're going to be there, because it doesn't work like that. You have to just respect what folks is doing, take it in stride, and do it moving. Because I try my best, like when I have a certain crowd of people in here, sometimes I have to reiterate something because I know that people be asking, what are you talking about? Or it'd be something that specific people I know need to hear. And by them not being around, I try to make sure that if they come up, if they pop up in the chat, that I reiterate it so that they can hear the certain something. Or sometimes I have somebody that asks me a question and I start talking about it and I already mentioned it, but then they pop up in the live, then I have to say it again so that I can make sure I was able to speak with them. She said, yes, sis, we only work 3 days this week and we'll be on Christmas break until after. I know, honey, I know that's right. I know that is right. That's what I'm saying. And we all need a break just from everyday life, just some time just to breathe, because it's hard. And I promise you, honey, it's going down out here with the changes in the world and people's conduct and their behavior. It's just, we're in trouble out here. We are really in trouble out here, and we got to take the time and breathe in and breathe out. 'Cause, man, if you don't, you look up and it all be gone. It all be gone. And that's why I said I be trying to live my best life because I don't want to have any kind of regrets. What's she saying here, Miss Nene? Okay. Yeah, so I just, and I try not to talk too much because I don't want anybody on here to feel uncomfortable, like I'm rambling on too much. So whenever you hear me stop talking for a minute, it's just to, seize the moment. And if you guys want to type something in, I can stroll up and down and look and see if I miss somebody. And even though I physically I mean, verbally say hi to you guys, I still like to physically type it in. You know what I mean? And I mean, I just, just relating to people, different subjects. Sometimes I'll get on here and somebody in the chat may start the conversation up. and then we'll base the conversation off of what they said. I usually freestyle it from the top of my head, whatever I can think of that would be something decent to hear or something decent to talk about. I pop in and just get it popping. You know what I mean? And it just talk about everyday life. And that's why I said this ain't no games to play here, because the majority of the stuff that I be talking about is really real and true that's happening in the world. And a lot of the stuff is my real, my real stuff. You know what I mean? I'm not saying a lot of the stuff. Everything I speak about myself is my truth. But at the same time, a lot of the stuff that we speak about in life is for real, and it may not be for all people because you're living in a different situation. But I know that on here you have to watch, watch yourself too. And some people get too cool with other people, and then they end up having a falling out and messing up something good. So I try to be careful with that. You got to know how personal you want to get with people, far as disclosing your address, where you live at, which too much about your business. Because I'm gonna tell you, I know so many people on YouTube and in real life that's been harmed because of too much information, and I know that firsthand because that's why I'm not on camera. I know what that's like. She said, "I want to thank you both for watching the video when I was in the Uber and telling that story." Yes, honey, oh, Mimi, what? And I'm gonna tell you something, and I'm not trying to scare you because you already know. You already know, but you know that they have been having a lot of sex trafficking with them Uber drivers. They jump in and come pick somebody up and drop you off. And it seemed like something, I'm not saying that's what was going to happen to you because I felt awful. But that right there, listen, honey, that right there, you knew what it was. You knew what it was. Because, a lot of time the driver have control of them doors so they can lock them doors and you be trying to get out. You know what I'm trying to tell you? Oh, thank you for saying that, Mimi. That's so sweet of you. I appreciate the thumbs up. But I'm telling you, honey, that situation that you was in right there, oh, that's a creepy. That something he was trying. He was something went right with him, and I hope that he don't do that to somebody and somebody end up really getting taken, because it seemed like, because I'm gonna be honest with you now, I had a few times where I've had a Uber or back in the day, cab driver that deliberately went in another route, and it made me nervous, and when in fact they were just trying to run that meter up. But your situation, that wasn't no run up no meter. Something was creepy. And you see how the cop, you said when you spoke with the cops, how they responded because they're familiar with a lot of that stuff happening. They know what's up with it. And I was like, oh my goodness. I hope that ain't. Oh, no, no, no. You had me so scared. I felt so bad. I felt so bad. I just kept thinking, I hope she all right. I hope she all right. Because I know how that is when you get caught up in something like that. Because like I said, a lot of times when you get in them vehicles and they running that kind of game, they basically have control and they make sure you can't get out the door. And it'd be hard trying to bust out a car window. You know what I'm talking about, trying to get out. It's no joke. No joke at all. And I know you had to go through a whole bunch of emotions. And it's a good thing that you had your cell phone, because I noticed one thing about the police that is a good thing. Because I end up actually accidentally butt dialing the police. And they asked me, "What is your emergency?" And I said, "Oh," I said, "Who is this?" No, no, they said when I accidentally I'm trying to think of what I did on my phone. But I accidentally somehow end up calling them, and she said, "So and so police, what is your emergency?" I said, "No, I'm sorry. It was an accident, but dial. Well, your location is at so and so. Do you need us to dispatch somebody there?" And I kept saying, "No, ma'am. No, ma'am. It was an accidental call. Are you sure? Is somebody threatening you?" I mean, so, honey, by you having that, and then they can track your phone because they knew everywhere that I was at. And that was a good thing. The only thing I hate about those phone things when they do one of them announcements like that for the president and them, that like they controlling your life. That I don't like that. You know what I mean? There's a few things that I've been when I was in this, be in the states, that how they do that, and I don't like that. But other than that, you was on the right track, honey, because that right there, I felt like I was right there with you. She said, "Yes, I've been hearing." Yes, Mimi, honey, let me tell you, it's going down. Do you know how many times with this sex trafficking and all that type of stuff, how they get people or other women to enlist other women in that type of stuff? They will set you up with somebody. I just say, for instance, it just I'm not trying to make you feel uncomfortable. This is just information for all of us out here in the world, women, men, whoever. You got a situation where, let me see what she's saying. I reported. Yes, I was gonna say because that's got to be looked at. She said I reported it, and I still got all that information that they text. Yes, yes, describe the car, the name, the license plate. Still hold on to it, Mimi, because that seemed like that guy. You be honest. That guy seemed like he was up to something. And I don't think you were in a situation where he was trying to run the meter up. Because I noticed that a lot of cab drivers or Uber drivers, they try to stop at every red light. They try to take the long route to where they're bringing you so they can tax you higher. And I think that's terrible because they don't know what kind of money you got, and also, if you was going to give them a tip, they done played themselves right there. But their situation was creepy, and the reason why it was too, with him, he wasn't even trying to communicate with you. You know what I'm saying? And he needs to be reported because they need to have a look at that to see. Cause see, the Uber driver situation just got a little bit better because a lot of times they weren't working. You know how when you deal with, I don't know if you remember cab companies from back, it's like the Uber came in and wiped out all the cab driver type of situation. But back in the day with the cab drivers, they used to have a Corey check. They got to know the cab, number. The driver's got to be up to date with his driver's license, all that type of stuff, and they got to know where they sent them at and how long it takes before they, when they drop you off before they pick up a new person. But when Uber first started, Uber was like a whole lot of freelancing anybody, um not even on contract. They just was getting the jobs driving, and that's how a lot of that weird sex trafficking stuff and kidnapping and stuff. It's not even just women. There's the men that they put out there for sex trafficking as well. And unfortunately teenagers and women that just call in the Uber for, ride with their kids to the doctor's office. So it's all kinds of scary, creepy danger out here when it comes to that. But that ride you was on, oh my gosh, I'm trying to think. I've had a few situations where I felt like that. And you know how they say when the hair stands up on the back of your neck and you get that feeling, that's God telling you, honey, you ain't safe. This ain't right. Figure it out. Do something about it. Because that was heading towards something. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, I don't like that. Ooh, I felt so bad. And I was looking at their face and I was like, oh no, man, this can't go down like that. Something got to come out better than this now. It was horrible and very scary. And I said, I hope she make it out on this. And you were talking and saying all the right stuff. I said, okay, Mimi know her stuff. She ain't playing no games. Nah, nah. You did that, honey. You got yourself through that and out of it. Because homeboy was weird, not trying to have no kind of dialogue or conversation with you and just driving on. And I hope you are doing good. And I'm sorry that that happened. And I know that you probably got to rely on the Uber stuff here and there. And I hope that you don't run across a situation like that again. Because sometimes them folks right there, they get you on a ride, but they got a setup area where they drive and run up into some old abandoned car garage, and some people jump and snatch you out the car right quick before you even know what hit you. But by you being smart, a child of God, first of all, you was on it immediately. Hey, hey, where my dogs at? You know what I'm saying? You was on it immediately. And I'm so glad that that worked out for you because that wasn't, ooh, I just keep feeling the chills just talking about it. But I hope everything is going good with you and you're living your best life there, sis, because I know how it is. Just checking out a few different things with folks and stuff going on around here. And I was doing my workout and I got one part of it in, and now I got to do the other half. Just trying to keep it real as possible, honey, because ain't nothing going on. And see, this is why I keep talking too, because I don't want the conversation to drop and feel eerie and bored. Because a lot of people come on here and then if they feel you're not saying much, they leave right off. So I try to keep it going, but also to keep it quiet some too, to give them a chance to say something, type it in. And then I sit here too, and I be looking through the comments to see what I missed. Like I said, even if I verbally give somebody I verbally say hello to someone, I still like to type it in. I don't mean to. She said, I don't mean to be taking over the whole story. Yeah, you got to be careful. Hey, what's up, my brother? Oh my gosh, you put it down. Listen to me. You put it down yesterday, man. You know how I get on here, and I just got through having one of them moments where the water was running. You know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh, you put it down. Maiden, you put it down, man. And yeah, I'm talking to Miss Mimi here. She got into one of them creepy type of Uber rides right there. You don't mind me sharing that, Mimi, because I don't like telling nobody's business, but you got it typed in there so anybody can read it. But I usually don't run my mouth like that. But she got into one of them creepy crawlers. And I told her, just like all money ain't good money. You understand what I'm saying? And I know you guys was talking about all that stuff about, especially with John and you, the big C and all that type of stuff. I know that. I kept trying to, excuse me, put that in the comment section, but there was so much stuff going on. Yes, love and respect for you, man. Because one thing people don't understand about folks that done travel, they don't realize that this is not a game, and we always share our stories because obviously our past is not our destination. But when you speak like this about this stuff, somebody needs to hear it because sometimes that you had and I've had and several people, we think we're buried when we're only planted. You understand what I'm saying? And you can live again. God will make old things new again. And a lot of people don't understand that. But with that big C, and the way John told that story to me before, and I couldn't elaborate with him on the way I wanted to because the comment section was going woo 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 woo. But I know you understand what I'm saying. I know I'm a survivor, brother. Let me just Roy, let me tell you something. It goes down. Do you understand what I'm saying? Not just in the DMs. It goes down. And like you were saying, brother, people don't understand what's really going on out here. They don't understand. Like a lot of times when I be telling some of the things that happened to me, people are so quick to say, well, that's in the past. It's not. Of course, it's in the past. Look at me. I'm living. I'm a living testimony. But you have to keep that live to a certain extent. I'm not saying go back and dog yourself out every minute for, but you need to use that as a correction reference to keep it on the straight and narrow, to keep your life together. And I mean, I know we know there's no way we're going back to that, but anything could happen in your life. And then it's hard too because when they was talking about the single parent stuff, boy, I can write a book on that. People don't understand when you have kids and that other parent ain't there, it's hard for the kids because a lot of them, until they understand why they can't be around that parent, you the one that's the parent there, they got to deal with it. You got to explain to them. You got to love them through that. And obviously, if you're a single dad, you can't do everything a woman do, but you can show them what it should be like to a certain extent. Just like a woman can't teach a man how to be a man, but you damn better try because if they ain't got nobody else, I mean, and you may have some uncles and grandparents and some female women in the house, but you are the parent, and the children is looking at every source of life from you. And if you're not able to provide, they're gonna be looking for it in the streets. You understand what I'm saying? Any wrong move, and you're gonna determine the destination for them. You get what I'm saying? Yes, all damn day. And I'm gonna tell you, we got a lot of us have, and I'm gonna be raw with it. A lot of us have kids and we love them, but we don't like their personality. How about when you have some kids that have that trait in them from that messed up parent? Huh? Huh? And let's be real. We ain't got to sugarcoat it. I don't care. When I say with our kids, I really mean that when you see your kids, you behold something greater than yourself. You understand what I'm saying? And that's for real. She said, I'm going to. She said, I'm going to go to start calling. Oh, that's so nice, Mimi. I promise you. I promise you. I sit up here and I'm gonna tell you how deep it gets for me. And y'all gonna hear me repeat this because I am definitely a repeat offender. He said, for real though. Oh, that is so nice to hear that, you guys. I'm gonna tell you how bad it gets for me sometimes. Pride, y'all already know how that is. I've been getting it in check and I get to the point so bad that when I need God to get on me, and I get on myself, you know how we have to humble ourselves, but I have to. Sometimes that ain't enough. I have to deal with great humility. Do you know how bad it get? I'm gonna tell you how I get at my age. I'm a grown woman, and when I get broken down by God, or I get myself, I check myself. I get to the point where I look in the mirror at myself and I cry, and I know y'all know that cry, and we know our kids do this cry. I be busting it wide like that. busting it wide. And when I have these moments that I break down when I'm on a YT, a lot of times I be almost to that point and I have to get my composure together because I take it down. And I remember being a little snotty nosed kid crying with snot come out, it ain't got no cold though. You understand? It ain't the flu. You see what I'm saying? And I cry down because that's God bringing out this mess in me and me getting out of my own way. Because sometimes we're constantly always saying, "Well, if he wouldn't have did this, he wouldn't have did that. I would have been." No, it ain't none of that. It's your dumb ass, and I'm gonna swear. Yeah, yeah, I said it. Yes, and then I believe in God. Yeah, what about it? What about it? And is and does what? Let's get this. Let's stop playing with it. Everybody always trying to play this game with life like everything is always hunky dory, or I'm more Christian than you because I don't swear, I don't smoke, I don't this, I don't that. That's because you're you and I'm me. And if you get the right perspective and mind your business, maybe you could straighten out your own life. Because what I'm doing over here, I don't need that from you. You understand what I'm saying? You can't put me down. I've already been down and I done rose up. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm staying up. But the thing is, people like you don't help nobody because you're out here trying to hurt and harm and you're in denial about the reality. He says, I want that tattoo on my arm. Yes, yes, yes. I know that's right, maiden. Yes, yes. That's why I keep saying we got a lot of stuff going on here, but until we face what we got to face, and I'm telling you, this parent thing, we are proud, happy, all of us, whoever, our parents out here, but it's not easy, and you have to be selfless, and you have to get yourself off your mind. You have to be able to know what is right no matter what you think your kids is going to think of you or how they feel. It ain't all about chilling. Now I'm going to be honest with you. There is a very healthy relationship. You know what I'm talking about. You know what it is, maiden. You know what I'm saying? There's very healthy relationships that you can have with your kids where you cool and you all right. But I'm not finna sit here, like you may have some days that you was coming back up here out in the street. I'm not gonna go up and with my any of my kids or any youngins around me and have a threesome. You understand how people don't understand what this parenting thing means. You have to have a friendship with your kids. You really do. But it depends on how you define that and what are the borders, where are the guidelines where people don't cross the line over to having respect. Everybody ain't got to have the best of everything. And I promise you, I keep telling folks, you remember these days, back in the days, and even for some of us, and maybe some people, they never been through this. You ever remember when you go in the store with the kids, the first thing you try to tell them, because you know how they are. You say, well, you know what? If you behave when we go in the store, you're going to get a toy. All right. So you get in the store and you know damn well you ain't got enough money for the toy. But you saying that anyway. So you grab a toy, let them play with while you're in the store. But by the time you get ready to get up to the register, you know you can't buy that toy. And then you take it from the child and put it to the side because you don't want to hand it to the cashier because your child done played with it, slobbed on it. You ain't got your shit together. That's what it is. We're gonna be real. You ain't got it together. You supposed to have a system with your kids before you head out. And when they act up, you know how to take care of it. I'm not saying I don't know who like to spank. I'm not telling nobody what to do, but a lot of times you got to touch their circumstances. A lot of time you got to touch their circumstances. Well, what is their circumstances? Well, it might be your damn fault. Well, why do you say that? Why is it maybe my fault? Because you went in there lying, first of all, to them, playing the game, and then you know that you brought the kids straight out of bed. They didn't have no breakfast. That one pamper wet. Maybe you need to check yourself before you wreck yourself. Maybe you the problem. Maybe you didn't do right. How long you been in the store and the kids are crying? Somebody need a bottle. Somebody need to go to the bathroom, and then you wonder why they're crying. What are you doing? You see, sometimes it be us, and then stop playing the game of what's going on. Well, we got to get ready to go in the grocery store. Oh, wait a minute, is that the store? You know how kids talk? Cause I want a new doll, I want a truck, whatever. No, listen, we're going in the store, and the only thing I got money for is a gallon of milk and a loaf of bread. And we going in there, and we gonna get that. Ain't nobody finna get the fool. And if they want to act up, let them do what they want to do. Take them to the side and straighten it out. Everybody act like they don't know what's going on because you're not parenting. You done gave birth or you donated some fluid to make a baby, but what does it take to be a parent? It's way more to it than that. And let me see what Mimi's saying here, y'all. She said, I understand what what you're saying. I was a single parent living in Chicago out of a marriage, yes, out of Houston with a 3-year-old son, and I struggled like heck to, yes, 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 to put him up, yes. And I was going to just the streets, yes. I like the next best thing after asking family and all told me no. See, that's funny. Let me tell you something. As a teenager, I'd have slept outside. You understand what I'm? Oh my goodness! Listen to me. That's why when you have kids, you behold something greater than yourself because you have to put it down. You have to be able to provide because you will lose them. And family, people don't understand family ain't always family blood ain't always thicker than water. And all money ain't good money. You understand? Ain't good money. You get where I'm coming from. A lot of people don't pay attention. And one thing we all need to know when we go through this stuff, he said, Mr. Levy, the right thing. Yes, you did, ma'am. You did the right thing. Sacrifice for your child. Yes, ma'am. And a lot of people don't understand no matter what we go through, good or bad, it's not wasted. A lot of the stuff and you know what's so weird that people don't understand is that it's obviously that any of us, we none of us wish to go through what we've been through, y'all. I just got through talking to one of my YouTubers, and she was on the opposite end of what I was doing in the streets. She said she hit bottom, lost her kids, drug scene. And see, I probably was her dealer. Her dealer. You know what? Let's be real. Come on, let's call a spade a spade. No, it's not the heart. No, it's not the joker. The spade is the spade. You understand what I'm saying? You're on the other end and just as bad. Gangster 357 Magnum. What about it? What about it? What about it? And did? Yeah, yeah. What was that? Sometimes the streets is more family to you than your own family. I remember at some point everybody was on something, and I experimented myself. I'm gonna keep it 100. You understand what? No, no. Let's put down a buck 50. You understand what I'm saying? Let's put down a buck 50 on it. Man, I'm gonna tell you something. I got so much stuff. Oh my gosh, I don't even know how to explain half of the stuff that I got, and it's not all bad because you got to look at it. Even if I tell any story of something bad that happened, you got to look at I'm still alive. See, there's a bigger picture here. Hey, what's up? Cher, how you doing? How's it going? How is it going, homegirl? Thank you so much for coming through. We just chilling, kicking it back, and chatting it up, and keeping it 100% where you can be real, seen and heard. Because all of that stuff is not a joke. Watching people, I had one friend. Well, I'll say we knew each other when we were younger. Then as we got to adults, she was found strangled, nude in a closet. You understand what I'm saying? Watching somebody get their arm broke, getting their teeth knocked out, and still standing. This is the stuff that we talk about as survivors, not victims, victors. You understand what I mean? It's a mean, cold world out here, and sometimes people don't realize your family can be worse than folks from the street. You understand what I mean? Sometimes when you get out here and get in the gang and get in here, hanging with this crowd, and sometimes they show you the love that you need at the time in a way to survive. And sometimes you be mixed up out here in the world. Sometimes we get affected because we're a product of our environment. You understand what I'm saying? You didn't take the breakup with mom and dad so well. Different things happen. He said brutal for sure. Yes, it's out here. That's why we got to keep this going so that we can make sure that the kids don't have to go through that. I don't care if they ain't your kids. We all family. You understand what I'm saying? And we got to make sure that we turn that page to something better to read, because a lot of times the kids are the future. And if you don't teach them worth of nothing, they ain't gonna be worth of nothing. You keep trying to talk to people. Well, what the hell going on? Well, what you mean? What the hell going on? Okay, what's going on? All right, we're gonna talk about it. Now, I got the kids here, right? Just say I got some kids here. I don't got no little kids here right now. I'm just using this for example. Okay, what's going on? Well, I know that I got to get in here and I got to mop this floor, but I got to get these kids under control so that I can do it. Okay, well, they like Barney. Okay, so it ain't going to take me, Barney's running for about a half hour. Okay, so it's a good positive program. It's teaching, nothing dangerous. You let them sit down, they watch Barney for a little while, and you finish mopping. So now you're going to find, the next thing, Peppa Pig. No, get off your ass and bring the child in there and you teach them what they learned from Peppa Pig. Have some crayons and coloring books around the house, some flashcards. Get up off your butt and be a parent. Stop letting the TV, and even with the kids with the PlayStation nowadays, just stop all that. Get off the grid for a minute. Well, what you want to do? Let's take a damn walk. Come on, let's all go downstairs and clean the basement. Put the computer up. Get off the PlayStation for a minute. Tell your friends that you're not coming to hang out because me and my dad and my mom or family finna clean the yard. Come on now. We're putting the parenting off on these TVs and programs. Morals and values begin at home. Yes, how to clean. Yes, definitely, Maiden, definitely. clean up after themselves. Yes, and another thing I keep saying too, that a lot of us probably have been guilty of, as parents or family members or caregivers, is that you ever notice, like with kids, they like to play with your brooms and your mops. Let them do it. Let them do it, because you finna start showing them something from that. And the only thing they're doing, the reason why they're playing with the broom and mop, is because they're emulating you and what they're learning, morals and values right there. You can't expect to send your kids to school. I got some family members that just graduated here through the C-19. They didn't even teach them. They don't know how to balance a checkbook. Please and thank you. All of that begins at home. I don't give a damn if you start your child in preschool, daycare at 3 years old. You had to have taught them something before they hit the street. He said, yeah, my youngster like that and loves to clean. See, that's what I'm saying. If you put it in them, they have those values and they apply that to their life. And I keep telling folks that this stuff begins at home. Everything begins at home. And when I talk, I get into detail, and a lot of people don't get, they don't get your drift. But I'll give you an example. Holding a baby 6 months old, right? Boy, girl, it doesn't matter. I'll just say it, I'm holding a little boy. And when I'm holding him, he is pulling at my earrings. He's pulling at my necklace. And what do I say? Stop, Ryan. Stop, Ryan. What am I teaching him right there? Yes, no, what? What am I teaching right off the bat? It begins at home. What do you teach your kids when you're potty training them? What do you tell the boy about his private and the girl about her private, and the no touch area? What do you teach them though? We begin at home. Just think about it. How do they learn that this? I got a pee pee. I got my pee pee. I got a pee pee. Or my poo poo hurt. And a lot of times when they say that, it could be constipation, anything. But you taught them that before they met anybody else out in the street. They learned from home. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, meeting. People don't pay attention to that. All of that begins at home. That's your responsibility as a parent, to instill those morals and values in your kids so that they'll know what to do when they hit the door. Because a lot of times people don't realize, a lot your kids may do more of what they see you do than what you tell them to do. And then you got to figure out what kind of parent that you're going to be too, because abusive situations, that don't work. You're only creating a Frankenstein, and verbal abuse doesn't work either. You got to know what kind of pitches to use in your voice that's appropriate, but that's not harming the child. You understand what I mean? You could say something like, you can go like, you can do your 1, 2, 3, like you can say, Sally, pick up your toys. You know, went somewhere and came back, and Sally didn't pick up her toys. Then you say it again. Listen, I've asked you nicely to pick up your toys. You're not doing it. Then the next step, Sally. Okay, so you decide that you don't want to pick up the toys. Okay, then you know what? You won't be able to play with that doll or those blocks for a couple of days. You don't have to go knock somebody into the wall, calling them a MFer, kicking them, because I'm telling you, I've been through it. I know what that is. Oh my gosh, do I know what that is? Oh my gosh, sometimes you can build a monster, but you don't have to do that. Okay, what is she saying? Sis, I'm over here in tears. Oh, Mimi. Oh my gosh. I hope I'm not messing up. Tears, thank you so much for the words. I'm just waiting for the day that my son come in. Oh, introduce yourself to me. Oh, Mimi, that is so amazing. Oh my God. I promise you, I am a trial and error over here, y'all, but I don't be hurting nobody. I once told my oldest boy, to respect me either way, here or if you like me, you will respect me. See, that's what they always say. You may not like me, but you're gonna respect me. And everything is not about abuse, because see, I know that. I've known that. And a lot of times, and I'm not trying to disrespect anybody, but a lot of times when I talk to a lot of different people, they always say, especially anybody that's 35 or over, unless you got a crowd that's doing some whack stuff here. Well, he said, I will appreciate you, but I'm gonna tell you. I was talking to a mailman. We don't have him anymore, but I was talking to him, and we were talking about how these youngsters is out here in the streets cutting up and stuff. And he was like, yeah, because when I was a child, I used to get, slapped around. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't need that. A lot of that was straight up abuse. I don't care who agreed with it or not. I didn't need to have get knocked on the floor because I didn't eat the last green bean because we poor and you got to get the food in you. That's not what I needed. I did not need to get knocked on the floor. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't need to get hung out the window by my ponytail because I didn't jump up quick enough to run to run and do my chores. You said go on in there, Rook, and Start mopping the floor. Okay, but I was putting my book up first and I got hung up by the window by my ponytail and you telling me that's okay? We got more stricter rules on us, but we have to call abuse is what it is. I didn't need that. And that wasn't even a situation to even treat a child like that. But see, people don't understand what you're doing. And a lot of times people don't get it that your children are a product of their environment. But what do I mean when I say that? What I'm saying is I'll give you an example. Little Jack started kindergarten. Now, when little Jack came to school, the first day of school and getting to know the school and the playmates and stuff, you're not just meeting Jack, you're meeting his alcoholic father, his cracked out mama, all of those symptoms are in him because he's a product of his environment. So when he started cutting the fool, a lot of times that ain't who he is who he been around and what was bred in him. He said that's the cycle. Yes, 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 maiden. Yes. Yes, yes, Cher. I hear you. Yes. Discipline. Yes, ma'am. Was able to break with my kids. Rruk, I am proud of that. No physical stuff and no booze. Let me tell you something. I ain't never understood why everybody is okay. And I'm getting tired of people saying, because back in the day, man, back in the day, they just shit. What? Come on now. What are you talking about? Do you understand what it's like? Do you getting you getting beat and thrown upside the wall because you got brought some shoes and they asked you, did you like the shoes? And you said no, and you got beat for that? I got a friend that her mother told her to do something and she didn't hear her because she was downstairs. The mother was downstairs and she yelled something up and the friend didn't hear her. Do you know that the mother came up there and attacked the girl and the girl ran up under the bed trying to hide from her mother? And I promise you, this is she was like probably about maybe 9 years old, and her mother was trying to juke up under the bed to get her because she couldn't grab her leg and pull her from under. And she kept juking and she hit her in the mouth and broke her permanent teeth. And from that day on, she's had a false teeth in her mouth that she would never have her real teeth anymore, her real tooth because of that. The people are not paying attention. This is not where it's at. No, they're not mothers. They're monsters. And a lot of these parents, their body was a vessel that hosted the baby, but that don't necessarily make them a parent. And a lot of them don't want the kids. A lot of them got the kids for some type of income, trying to save a relationship or somebody that they can rule over to make themselves feel good and abuse. And I keep telling folks, you're not paying attention to what you're doing here. And I got one guy that said that he said some mothers are yes, it sure is. I got one guy that said that his father used to have friends over and stuff, and every time they have like a game, they watch the sports. He would say, "Go in there, Dan, and get me a beer. Go bring us some scotch." And that boy said, "I started trying that. I started trying to, I started sneaking me a beer here and there." He said they got so drunk they didn't even realize that there was a beer or two missing or how low the alcohol bottle was. And I know what that's like because that happened to me. I had adults that kept going in his closet, they didn't have the liquor put up properly. Because see, you got to remember the difference of when you tell a child, well, I can do this because I'm grown, but you have to have parental guidance behind that. You have to have stuff where a child can't get to. Now, I know a lot of us do have as people, you have stuff in the house and your kids know not to mess with the wine that's in the refrigerator, but you got to know your damn kids. And you got to know what's happening before you judge that. You got to know. And I got drunk. I'm going to tell you, I got drunk. I ended up at the bottom of the stairs. They got 5 to 8 kids and they got like $1,000. Yes, yes, per month per kid. Yes, yes. And I remember all kinds of different stuff that wasn't right. You know what I'm saying? And you don't know that it's not normal until you get out in the world and then you start living some kind of dysfunctional way. And sometimes people come from a good home, and when their parents separate, that causes them to behave a certain way. She said that is, Cher said that is how it is. So my family actually hates that. I'm the opposite. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not the one. I'm telling you, I'm not. And I always tell the people to try to come with the bull crap, honey. You're not the one, the two, or the three. You know what I'm saying? It ain't going down. It ain't going down like that. And I'm telling you, I watch kids be treated like shit, like gum under the bottom of your shoe. When I was coming up, that stuff seemed like everybody thought that was okay to treat kids that way. I remember this. Let me see what she's saying. I hate going. Honey, it's crazy. I tell you, it's crazy. He said, me, I had to leave out of because I got out jealous and mad that they're still there. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, I've been through a lot, Share. I've been through a lot of stuff in my life, and I promise you, unfortunately, you start getting to where you get to a certain age and time in your life, and you end up for the streets sometimes. Sometimes the streets is better than anything inside the house. And it is what it is. You know what I mean? And it's a lot of stuff. And see, I'm not going to sit here and throw a rock and hide my hand, fake the funk, placate with nothing. You understand what I'm talking about? It's the reality of what goes down. And a lot of times your situations may be something that you think is bad and somebody else is going through something worse, but it still happened to you. You get where I'm coming from? And with that being said, the guy that I was saying that they kept telling him to go in there to get his to get them a beer and get them a drink. He said he became an alcoholic because of that. There was no parental guidance on that, and he thought because they were doing it, he always wanted to be cool and couldn't wait till he get a certain age to hang with his dad. So he decided to start trying a little bit of the beer and a little bit of the scotch. And just like I've been watching these girls here, sitting on the porch chilling. Yo, little Ray Ray, go up on my dresser and get my blunt and lighter. Who the hell are you telling that to? A child 7, 8 years old, even a teenager. Go get my blunt and my lighter. Hurry up, bring your ass up. All that. You know what I'm trying to say, y'all. Y'all know what I'm trying to tell you here. He said, me too. I had to leave out. Go behind. I know that's right. You know what I'm saying, Mimi. You know what I'm trying to tell you. And then too, what let's touch this right here. What about your family though? Think about what's going on. We got some aunts and uncles and cousins and stuff. What about when you're in situations where you got that perv, everybody covering this up? You understand what I'm saying? What about this perv? You already know this person is doing shit in the house, and sometimes it ain't even necessarily sexual. I had a situation where I was in with some abusive stuff, and I have to watch how I talk. It's not that I'm trying to play games or lie about anything, but I live a different life right now because I've been look, I won't say victim, a victor, where I can't. That's why I'm not on camera for safety reasons. You understand what I'm saying? And with that being said, I have to watch how I say what I say because anybody that pop up could be somebody that you know from your past. But I'll just say it like this: I got a lot of stuff that people ignored, and when you're trying to tell them, anytime a child tells you something, you better open your ears. You got two ears and one mouth for a reason. You better be listening. You better be damn paying attention. I don't want to hear that. Oh, well, that's I know them, and they're not the type. I mean, listen here. They're never the type until they actually get caught. They're never the type until they get caught. You're saying that. You're saying that, but you don't damn know. You have to check yourself with man. Listen, you got to check your kids with your own family and their own siblings. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? When I came up, I remember siblings humping and touching each other. They weren't taught anything. They were victims. They didn't know better. I remember as a child coming up, being around other kids that's been in that life. And nobody taught me, and I've laid there and let things happen to me. Let's be real. 7, 8 years old, and then some of this stuff you got to know, where are the parents? She said, Rruk, I was straight weird. Uh huh. Under our nose, and my cousin was abused, and he killed himself. Yes, yes, yes. See, that's what I'm talking. Oh my gosh, Megan. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We had a girl that we noticed that her three brothers used to always be able to come outside, but they never let her come outside. And come to find out, her father was doing stuff to her, and her mother knew it and allowed it. Just because they didn't like me. Yep, a lot of whoopings mean is abuse. Just find a reason to hit you and to hate you and to come at you. Honey, let me tell you, I got so many different things. If I tell you what I seen and what I've been through, it wouldn't probably be no different than a lot of us that are able to keep it real. You know what I'm saying, and tell the truth. And that weird stuff, I'm gonna tell you. Let me tell you. We had oh my gosh, we had a situation where we was growing up in the neighborhood with a boy, and he used to take a lot of the kids, boys and girls, both up in this abandoned building, and used to do fresh stuff. And back when I was a kid, they used to have these department stores before they had Walmart, and this particular abandoned store was called King's department store. And he used to take kids and do different stuff, and everybody in the neighborhood knew what was going on with that. And nobody went to his mother to tell his mother, nobody went to the police or nothing. So whatever kids that were victimized, that was too afraid to tell what happened, it never ended for them, People know that they got somebody in their family that's doing that stuff, and they don't say nothing about it. Keeping it quiet, sweeping it under the rug, making a child feel afraid to come and tell you. You know what I mean? It doesn't. It's not the right kind of stuff. And I know when you come from a family where nobody don't give a damn about you, and they hate you because you're there, but they're the ones that had you, but yet they don't want to have nothing to do with you, but they want the income or trying to keep the man or the woman in their life. And sometimes with us, we have to stop trying to fix stuff that we didn't break. Because I'm guilty of that. But I know that with this their weirdo, this pedophile man. Listen, let me tell you. Ooh, and it's so nasty too when you have something like that in the family and everybody know and they're covering up. What do you say? Looking back, makes sense. Maiden, you saying that? Oh my goodness, yes, sir. You don't understand that stuff. See, that's what I'm trying to see. Oh my gosh, it makes sense. But when you were a kid, you don't understand that kind of stuff. Maiden, just what I'm trying to tell you. Listen, I'm gonna say something here. I'm gonna get real, real serious, okay? And I don't want to disrespect anybody, but I'm gonna be raw. I remember saying, "Don't stick it in a red hole." Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? What terminology is that? Somebody humping on you. Come on, come on, come on. 7, 8. Where's your parents? Hello, hello. Wake up. What? Come on now. Come on now. And I had two boys on me. This was one instance. Come on. One incident. Let me just keep it real. What do you know about the red hole? What is the red hole? What terminology is that where you talk my PP, my private, my boo boo? What? Come on. Come on. Let's be this. I'm gonna tell you, man, listen, it goes down, not just in the DMs, it goes down. I'm telling you, some horrible stuff that's happened that disgusts me. You understand what I'm saying? We were in a lot of mess coming up. I'm telling you, so much stuff that I can't even get myself contained to even let half of this stuff out because you don't know anything. Where was their parents? Where was your parents? Think about it. You know what I'm talking about. Think about when you're out there like that. How can and I try to speak like this because I want people to know me, maybe me, what happened, me. But I gotta watch this until I get this court stuff straightened out, what I'm saying, and who might be subscribed and maybe one of them people that I don't get down with. So I'm trying to tread lightly, but I'm too raw. Sometimes I can't stop it. You understand what I'm saying? I don't want to tiptoe through the tulips. I want to come out, bust it out. I ain't the one. You understand what I'm saying? I can cry, then I get up and whoop that. Hey, you come, but you come, put your hands on me. Come on now, come on now. I'm gonna keep it real. I don't play no games. I'm not the one. I just had to straighten somebody out here. She said some of the women in my family, they got married for security reasons. Oh yeah, money, and half of everything there in the relationship with me ain't right. So I know what you're talking about on that. But I'm gonna tell you. I got some stuff here. I just had to get with the holidays, it seemed like clowns want to make it a circus when you got them kind of folks around. And I got a grown up family member, 35, trying to step to me because I'm not playing the game that they playing. You understand what I mean? I'm not finna have you got holidays going and people over here leaving their kids, not help cleaning up, bugging out, running around crazy. She said, sadly, many of them. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, Cher. And let me tell you what's going down here. Homeboy, I'm gonna say this to you, and I'm gonna try to find this a nice way to say this. And I look at him as a young and 35, trying to step to me and say something rude and trying to get, irate, getting loud and trying to be rude. Well, you don't got to something. I said, listen, the only thing I said is that y'all out here bugging out, getting high, and y'all left your kids unattended. That's all I said. Y'all got to come in here. Somebody baby crying, come in. Well, you don't worry about it. I would have been trying to talk some crap to me. And you know what I told him? I said, let me tell you something. You got the wrong one, buddy. I'm gonna tell you right quick. Rewind. Rewind. You got the wrong one. I said, I'm gonna tell you just like this. I got hair on my puss older than you. Back the F up. For real. I had to set it down like that. I'm just gonna say it. Now that's not the word I use, no puss. You get what I'm saying? Y'all know what I said. Straight up. Older than you. You know what I'm saying? Then me and a family member, we was going in the Dollar Tree. At a later time in the evening that we didn't you normally don't go to that Dollar Tree at that time. It just don't. I didn't know how the runnings was. And so soon as we got out the vehicle, some dude tried to like he was walking up on us like he was supposed to scare us. I told him, I said, let me tell you something. You can keep walking. You step over here, you're gonna end up getting circumcised again, honey. Let me tell you something. I know about these streets. I ain't the one. I ain't the one. Ain't nobody got time for that. That's right, Maiden. Don't run up. Get done up. I'm trying to tell you. I don't care how old I get. I got some power in me. I done went to karate school. I know what it is, and I know that I am not finna. I don't care how much younger you, stronger than me. I will take you down if you come up on me the wrong way. I don't live with violence. I don't try to hurt nobody or nothing. But if you swing, you will drop. I'm telling you, I'm not the one for that. I even know pressure points that I ain't even got to get in no tussle with nobody. I'm not looking for no negativity, but believe me, it does happen. Ain't nobody finna run up and snatch my pocketbook and all that type of stuff. I'm not the one for that. I'm not the one. I'm not gonna play no games. You run up, you get done up. I try to avoid stuff as much as possible, but I'm not gonna let nobody just do me any kind of way. Watch where you at and keep it moving. You understand what I'm saying? We always have a devil on one shoulder, our head in the middle, and an angel on the other. Which one you want to deal with when you coming over here? Which one you want to see? You understand? Call it multiple personalities, call it whatever the heck you want. What you want to do? You better do it moving because I got people back. But you run up over here, you don't know who the hell you're gonna get. You know what I'm saying? I may be smiling so hard you can see my cavities, but watch it turn upside down. Mess with it. Mess with it. And see what's happening. Because ain't nobody no fool. And I don't know what he thought he was doing, trying to walk up. Man, ain't nobody scared of you. Are you crazy? Do you know what I'm carrying? Do you know what I'm carrying? Do you know that I know how to handle myself with men? I had to learn that because I'd had to fight boys. I understand what I have to do because a man is naturally stronger in a lot of ways. But I have no fear. You know, I remember that's what was that called? Have no fear. Underdog is here. I remember all them cartoons and stuff when I was little. But I'm serious. I'm not afraid of it. I don't care if you're a younger boy than me. Hey, Sydney, how are you? Thank you so much for coming. Hello, hello. Greetings. Look at Cher. She laughing. She know what I'm talking about. Ain't nobody finna play with that. And that's on that. That's period on that. You understand? Big dot, big dot. I don't do all of that. And the thing is, I'm at such a peaceful time in my life anyway. But I'm not no fool. Oh, yeah. Wasn't she amazing? Sydney was keep getting it in. Sydney is one of them. All you guys are positive, but Sydney is true and real too, right with the rest of the crowd. And like I said before, I've been noticing that when you come through to these lives like this, he said meeting very important for all of us. Yes it was, Sherry. Yes it was, and I'm gonna tell you, I promise you, I live it with the grace of God in pure peace. But I'm not a fool when I hit the dough. And I'm not planning on being nobody's victim. You understand what I'm saying? And I realize that I when I get on here and I share, I want you all to understand that I am real. And I don't want to be a trigger for someone that the same thing has happened to. Because if I am, you know how to click off. No disrespect. We do it moving. It's real talk. You understand what I'm saying? You don't have to be somewhere you don't want to be. And if it's a trigger for you, I apologize 100%. But see, y'all came through here, so you know what time it is. How I get down. I'm gonna start talking about this. A lot of people get mad and don't want to talk about politics or religion. Click, swipe, do it moving. You understand what I'm saying? We just got to do what we got to do. But I'm gonna tell you, I had told a story, a real true. I ain't gonna say no because I don't like to say story time. My reality, not reality TV, love and hip hop. I'm talking about put it down right here, right now, with me. What I really have been through in my life. He said last night. You don't. Yes, that's right. If you can't work with it, keep it moving. It ain't no hard feelings. But I told a story about what I had to do to save my own life, and I harmed some people really bad, or they would have killed me. I'm gonna just keep it real like that. Shut it down. You understand? They had the wrong one. I told you I'm not the one, the two, or the three. You feel me? You ran up on the wrong one. Ain't nobody finna kill me, leave me in no alley, none of that. No. And I'm gonna tell you, it was scary. It was weird. I had a situation where I almost got raped. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Let me be friends with you. You my friend? Now, if I'm triggering you, I get that because you done been through it or you don't like this content. Bye bye. Peacefully. See you later. Bye for now. You understand what I'm saying? But listen, it's happening. And the thing is with me, a lot of this stuff that I'm talking about did not happen because I say that I've been in the streets and I know the streets. This was times of innocence. You understand what I'm saying? Before I got involved in anything like that. People don't understand that bad things happen to good people. There is no way that you're going to live on this earth and not experience love, hate, pain, death, betrayal, racism, politics, getting mad, jealousy. We deal with that all the time. And then people, oh, what you mean? What you mean? So I'm gonna say this. Okay. What emotions do we display in our life? Huh? Through good and bad. What do I mean when I say that through good and bad? Well, how do you feel the first time if you're a parent when you had your baby? How did you feel? Just let's be honest. When you bought your first house, when you bought your first car, when you fell in love, your first intimate time. Come on, how do you feel? Well, let's keep it real. What are the emotions of any of those things that I just named? Overwhelmed, scared, nervous, wondering did I do the right thing, a little depressed about it, all of those things. And the things that I described are all good things. If you want to be married, if you wanted to have a child, you want to buy a house, do you know how many decisions and how many emotions go through your head when you're making those decisions? And we have to be careful when we do that because we got need, greed, and wants. If you make the wrong decision, you're gonna play yourself. Do you understand what I'm saying? I know first time buying a car, what was I doing? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Am I gonna be able to keep up with these payments? Damn, the insurance gonna be high. But good, I'm getting a car. Oh my gosh, yes. And then you're like, oh my God, I'm nervous now because now I got to be responsible for it. I got to make sure that, because at the house, everybody got so many cars here where I'm going to park it at. Oh, I live in an apartment building. We don't got no parking space. What do, I mean, come on, come on. All of these feelings. Okay, you get ready to buy a house. What do you do? What if I lose my job? But I got a house, yo. Oh my gosh, I just finally got the house I wanted. What if I get sick? What if they go up on the taxes? Come on. We can't you can't try because people like to judge people that have a chemical imbalance, whether it be ADHD, bipolar, and some type of psychopathy mentally. You're neurological. You understand what I'm saying? And people like to judge you because you're a person that is like that all the time for you in some cases. But in real life, we live this every day. We live this every day. How do you feel when you get a new job? You're feeling so happy that you got the job, but you're scared. I hope I don't mess up. I hope I don't get fired. What kind of coworkers are going to be here? I'm excited. I'm nervous. I'm feeling a little down. We deal with these emotions every day, all day of our life, of different things that happen to us. Because I have it. I be leaving out. Oh gosh, I'm running a little late. Oh gosh, I hope I don't get caught up in traffic. Oh gosh, I don't want to be late for work every day. A kid comes to you and say that they got a problem with something. You don't know what they're gonna say, and before they say it, just like if you got one in school and they text you, mom, dad, auntie, or whatever you are to these kids. I got something to happen here, and you're thinking nobody better not have touched my child, sexual, any kind of damn way. You know what I'm trying to tell you? We feel it. What Mimi saying? I was abused as a child, and because young adult that tell I got my 30s, I decided from that day forward I was going to confront my abuser and felt so proud of myself. Amen. In the name of Jesus. Oh my gosh, Mimi, you make me want to say something. I'm gonna tell you something, y'all. You know what? I want to try to say this to y'all without me putting myself where I don't want to be, because I'm not ashamed of it. But I don't want to disclose who I am to whoever might be the wrong person up on here because of how my life is. But I just put it this way: when you confront a parent about everything, so I understand when you confront somebody. You understand what I mean? It's needed to be had. You get where I'm coming from? That is absolutely amazing. And I have had a lot of that going on for different reasons and different issues that has occurred. And what I like to say is that especially when when you get to confront these people, it frees you in a way like no other. no matter what the outcome is, no matter if they want to lie and try to be in denial, placate it, ignore it. Hey, what's up, Bert? How you doing? When you let that off, it's for you and you win. You win. Even if they still try to lie. Thank you so much, Cher. Thank you so much. You understand what I mean? Even if they try to lie, because see, I've had, oh my God. Hmm. You know how when you, once again, like I told you, when kids tell you something's happening to them and you ignore them, you know how when you tell somebody something and you know what exactly what it was, but they may think you were too young to understand or remember? Okay, Bert, I got you. Thank you so much. You understand what I'm saying? Do you know how it is when you have that and you know nobody came? The girl just said this here. She said, you just don't know what kind of father you had. You know, because this was some family that she ended up staying with. Her parents died. And she ended up staying with some family, which was her I think it was her mother's sister and husband. And she said, do you know when I lived with you guys, after he came in my room, I always looked to see if he would ever go in your room. And she said, what is you saying? Your father touched me in more ways than I can even say. He used to put me on the floor so it wouldn't make noise, the bed wouldn't make noise. My father wasn't like that. She said, no, because I watched. He never came in your room. You are y'all following what I'm trying to say here? See, you was his daughter, and I'm not saying that people don't do that to their own kids, but you didn't know him. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, 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 ma'am. Share. You understand what I'm saying? She said he would always come in my room, and I would always peep to see if he goes in your room, and he never has. You see what I'm trying to explain to you? So, with that being said, that girl, her mother, and other family members never helped her because they didn't believe her. Okay? He said, I can't wait for all our Christmas cards to come. Oh, that's nice, Bert. He said, this is my support. Okay. Yeah, so you think about it now. What we're saying here, what we're saying here, there's always two sides to a coin. And what your reality with this person is totally different from mine. But what I want to ask you, why didn't you try to find out though? Why didn't you try to find out if this person is telling you, listen, every time you go to work, by the time you're gone for about 5 minutes, because I'll be watching the clock, hoping that he don't come in here today or she don't come in here. Because a lot of people don't tell about what women do too. Women do the same thing, you know. Okay, so if you know that a child came to you and told you that somebody was bothering them, right? What do you do to straighten that out, opposed to shunning them away and saying to them that that's not real, that person is not like that. I've been knowing that person for 20 something years. They're not that type of person. And that's all you're going to say to a victim in a situation like that. They have came to you and told you, so and so touched me here. So da 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 da. Okay, well, they're not like that. And you better not say that to nobody else. Okay. Now, what are you gonna do about it though? Just like I'm gonna tell y'all something here, and I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna say allegedly because we're talking about the famous people. Because I'm gonna get back into my commentary like that, you guys. I'm just gonna clean it up better than what I was doing when I started back when I had 6,000 subs, and the person that I was working with then went into millions of subscribers because I had stopped that channel because God was speaking to me differently with all that cursing and carrying on when I did the reviews. I remember doing one review when I did it. I had like 1,000 views within 15 minutes because I was talking gutter, cussing worse than a sailor. But once again, why don't you check this stuff out when people be telling you this? He said, honestly, Rruk, if my kids came to me, yes, yes, I would. Yes, it'll be done. And I know exactly what you're talking about. And that's why I said, why don't you do something about it? Okay, what are you talking about? What you mean do something about it? Well, damn it, let me tell you like this. Okay. First of all, anytime somebody tell you something like that, I got so many females and boys that's been touched and bothered by their babysitter. You got somebody babysitting for your 5 year old, the teenager's 16, and they doing things. You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't like that's right, Cher. And the thing is, first of all, when a child tells you something like that, you act on it immediately. No, they don't make up stuff like that because half of them don't know that type of stuff. What we're describing in details of intimate stuff, they don't know that because they never seen none of that. You understand what I'm saying? So how would they be lying about something? You're not watching no kind of pornos or nothing in the house for them to see that. You haven't done nothing to them. Their father haven't done nothing to them. So what you think they're talking about? How can they tell you a 5-year-old tell you about a female babysitter down there in her private area with a string hanging? How do they know? You can't. Let's just be real. Come on, y'all. I have to go in like this, and if I'm too much, let me know, and I'll back it all the way up. I might park on the curb, but I'll back it all the way up. If you have this, you do you know that's all you got to do. I'm just gonna give you an example. If you that damn much of a fool and in denial, and if your child is saying every time you leave for work, when you leave out the door, I say by 6:20, he, she, whoever it is, my own brother is in my room, pinning me down, right? Well, what can you do about that? If you don't believe me, first of all, see, it wouldn't be no question for me. You said that the one time I'm dealing with. I don't care if it's your own brother and y'all 2 years apart. I'm coming for that ass. You understand me? We about to drop this right now. You understand? We're hot off the press. But the ones that don't believe, why don't you check it out at least? That's all you got to do. You can put a camera in the room and see what's happening. You could act like you going to work and park the car a couple of streets over and walk your ass back and creep in the back door. Come on now. Come on. You don't care. You don't want to care. You don't want to do anything about it. I don't care what you said about that man, this person. I know the victimization of the babysitter situation. Thank you, Mimi. You understand what I'm saying? I know what that's like. This person babysitting for you. They 12, 13, and you 5 or 6, and somebody's doing something to you that they never happened to you before, and you they humping with you. They what? Come on now, and you trying to tell somebody. Or you doing it with them too because you think it's okay. They don't know better and you don't know better, but they're older than you, but they wasn't taught nothing. Come on, we got to be real. He said, I want to confront my cousin's abuser on behalf, but I'm afraid of what will happen. See, you know what? See, I'm going to tell you something. That there be some true, real stuff in us that we want to deal with. And we know that, like in your case, you know that if you go there with it, you probably ain't going to be able to be with your kids no more. You understand what I'm saying? Because nobody likes them silver bracelets and them bars. You get what I'm saying? But that's where that type of thing will bring you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you know how you ruin somebody's life with that kind of stuff? Oh, okay. Okay, I'm finna say now. What? Ooh, because I'm gonna tell you, this stuff here destroys a lot of. Yeah, and I'm not saying that you cannot get your life together when you have God in it and stuff like that. But be honest, y'all. You know when stuff like that happens to us, it could be very devastating, lifelong, and scarring permanently for a lot of us. And people don't understand the difference of when you have a relationship and you believe in God, but at the same time you struggle in your own way in the physical because of stuff that happened to you. Do you know how many people lives has been changed because of stuff like that? It did my cousin. Yes, yes, maiden. Yes. She said you got the remote in your hand. Change the channel. Amen. Listen at her. She talking about it. And he says, a great guy and as though the shame he felt drove him mad. Do you know? Oh my gosh. Do you know? I'm gonna tell. Oh gosh, I'm trying so hard. I got so much stuff I want to say about me. Oh boy, my whole life. Yes, maiden. I'm telling you. You know that I've had stuff that's happened to me and I used to abuse myself because of it. You understand what I'm talking about? I used to hate myself. It's taken me a long time to get past a lot of bad stuff that's happened and what I've done to myself and blame myself and hating on myself because of it. And I have so many different people that I know that has committed suicide and stuff like that because of stuff like that happening to them or living a very inappropriate lifestyle, very promiscuous, wild out here, and that ain't even who they want to be. It's just because they've been abused in that kind of way that they have been so hurt and condemned that they have no self worth. They don't want to live. They can't get past. And people don't understand that we all are supposed to have a relationship and believe in God and that stuff. But sometimes you can't. It's just what's in you and who you are that you can't get past that. You can't get past that. And you know, and the thing that's so weird about it is that people don't understand, like, you know how when you're dealing especially with people that are deep in religion, they don't understand that it's not that you don't want the help from God. Sometimes you're not able to do your part in it. You know what I'm saying? And he said, yes, I do. You don't get yourself now because you're speaking with truth. Amen to that. Yes, because I'm gonna tell you, oh my gosh, you wouldn't even believe it. That's why I don't judge people and stuff that they do, because see what we do is we've been victims of stuff. And at that time you are, because it's like me, I don't like to call myself a victim. I'm a victor, but yes, I have to say it exactly what it is, because I was powerless at them times. So I have to call it what it is and define the word right. But at the same time, I have been blessed and I build off of that stuff. But I promise you, it comes back to mind a lot of times. No matter how much I praise God and try to do what I got to do, it does come back to mind. And sometimes it hurts me almost like it just happened. I promise you. But I'm not living for it. I'm not allowing it to control me or to keep me down. But I have to be honest with you, it's a thing that is part of my makeup. But at the same time, I use it to help other people out, and I'm healing myself, because see, I've been trying to go back and save myself from different categories throughout my life, and I realize I can't do that because my past is not my destination. You understand what I'm saying? I can't, and it hurts because the grown person is talking to you back then, and I got 4 different stages of my life that I try to go back and fix, and it's hard. She said a lot of celebrities that have mental issue, and they still push through. That's right. And the thing is, some people don't understand though. The ones that can't, just like I'll give you an example. Just say if you was doing something bad in your life, just say you caught up. Yes, glory be to God, share. Yes, you got caught up. I'll just say you hanging out with a bunch of friends, and they out here, they smoking weed, chilling and stuff. They ain't doing nothing real bad. They experiment a little bit, and y'all got some little part-time jobs, and you work at McDonald's, Burger King, but y'all hang out and stuff. But now, you getting ready to travel to something different. Well, what's going on? Well, I want to go in the army. And if I want to do that, I got to do something with the time that I'm spending with you guys. I can't hang out like that no more. I'm gonna be drug tested. Sometimes when you go in places, everybody can't go with you. When you get on the bus there may be somebody to get off at every stop. But when you ride on the plane, you're gonna ride for a minute. You understand what I'm saying? Sometimes people are not meant to go with you to that next level, and you have to know when. But some people are not ready. So if you say this too, yeah, man, we've been smoking too much weed and drinking this beer and stuff, man. Even if you ain't drugged out, but you're doing too much of it, and you say, man, I'm getting ready to get myself together, that other person may not be ready. Do you understand where we're at in our life? We all can't do the same things if it's not in us at that time. And we can't judge. The only thing we can do is clean up our act, try to lend a hand to them, a support, but you got to keep it moving. There's nothing that you can do. And I know this with dealing with people that's on drugs and stuff like that. When is it time to leave? When it's impossible to stay. That's when it's time to leave. And sometimes we get out here, you can't help everybody. And I promise you that the toughest situations is when it comes to a lot of family, your own kids possibly, and very close and dear friends. When y'all out there cutting the food together, or if they just doing something and they're not willing to get the help. They're not willing to get the help. And I'm gonna give you an example. We had a family member, well, not a family member. It was, well, I look at her as family though. And we were getting ourselves together, doing our lives and doing what we're supposed to do. Oh, thank you, Mimi. You are too. Especially that confronting and the son stuff. Oh, definitely. You are a warrior yourself. And what happens with this family member? Okay, I'm gonna start off. I'm gonna keep it 100. We all was out there in these gateway drugs that's going on all out here in the street, and we experimented. All of us. It didn't stick to us. Thank gosh. Look, at that time, I got some stuff for you. Okay, I'm gonna keep it real. Oh no, I need it. This is all tears of joy. I promise you. It's all happiness, happiness, and keeping it real and loving on one another and helping lift each other up. And it just wasn't working for us. But this one particular one, and this is just one people out, I can name 30 or more, and they got so bad that they were smoking crack in a room with their little kids. and they lost custody of their kids. They started prostituting. They went down deep. And we went over to get them to try to get them some help. First of all, anytime you got somebody that got addiction that strong, you can't just bring them right to your house to help them. You need to take them to the doctors because they if they're on heavy drugs, they got to find a way to detox. First of all, you got to check their health out. They be out here prostituting, HIV, hepatitis, the claps. They can come to your house with a bad case of bed bugs. Anything could happen. I'm being raw. So, you got to take this person somewhere to get them some help to see what's going on with them medically. They may need to go into some kind of rehab program. But once you've done all of those things and they gone into a program, obviously 30 days is a lifestyle. 30 days ain't enough. This thing when you were an addict, it's a lifestyle, permanent lifestyle that you have to try to make sure you stay clean. You get what I'm saying? So there's no way that this is a quick fix. You got to fight that demon every damn day, and you know the devil's busy. Let's be real with it. So, and I'm not going to placate this. I'm just going to tell you about her, but I'm going to tell you about us other two that didn't get hooked when she did, but never got hooked, but did still messed up and tried it again anyway, and then went on the hustling side of it. 357 Magnum. Keep that in mind. Okay. So we got the person the help that they needed. They couldn't get the kids back because they wasn't clean enough. And the father of the kids, he was trying to get the kids, but he didn't have apartment and all this stuff, but he was a decent guy. So we got her in there to get the help. And guess what happened? We got her living with us, okay? Got her a little part-time job, no stress, no stress. She started doing good for about maybe a month. All of a sudden, we started seeing the changes. Like I go and try to talk to her and ask her how her day was, and the other family member was saying, "Well, aren't you supposed to be going to work today?" Those were signs, y'all. Those were signs. I started looking, seeing her pupils dilated and fixated. We already know where we're going with this, right? So we were trying to talk to her and asking, "You all right?" So we decided. Now, see, this is me with that park around the corner type of thing. All right. So I decided, I said, I'm going to check this out myself because now, the family member of hers, which was her sister, she didn't want to believe it. And I said, well, I'm going to check this out myself before I bring this to the attention of, everybody that needs to know so that we can help her because she didn't relapse, definitely relapse. So I, left off like I'm going to do what I normally do. And I, crept back in the house and she started having, tricks over at the house and get high buddies. She just didn't lose the weight yet. She wasn't looking bad yet because she was able to keep up the front. And in fact, with her job, she had quit it like probably maybe 3 days prior. So now what do we do next with this person? Because now the sister didn't want to believe it. So I had to have her do the same routine with me, act like we leaving. Now you come and peep and see what I see. We started seeing different men go to the house and the little friends she knew from the street. So we knew she was in trouble. So what we doing? You're trying to do an intervention. You know what I mean? It's not easy. It's not a game. And she didn't want to hear that. So the sister, I'm not gonna put her out. I'm not gonna put her out. Okay, so now what's she doing? She's selling meat. You done bought some steak. It's frozen in the freezer. She's selling the meat out the freezer. Okay, she done stole the car keys. Somebody's missing money. I promise you, we went through these cycles. I'm telling you, it got bad. She never got those kids back. By the way, I'm gonna keep it real with you. She got so bad, and I'm not judging her. I'm just trying to explain how it gets. What do you do? What are the next steps? There was nothing else that we could really do but let her, if we're not going to help her, we're hindering her. So the sister wanted to let her keep staying there, which it was both of our apartments, lease, all, both of us. And I told her, oh, I'm not, you ain't going to be going to my room. And I'm going to tell you, so I called myself trying to figure out what I'm going to do and lock my room up. Shit, they was taking my door off the hinges. Listen to me, addiction. I thought because I put a lock on my door until I can figure out if I gotta leave because the sister is, feeling sorry for her, and I'm like, we got to figure out to help her, not hinder her. And I thought I was locking my room up. They was taking my door off the hinges completely. Oh, thank you, Mimi. Yes, yes, the addiction. They was taking my door off the hinges. And from that experience alone, I learned how to repair a door. Now I know that sounds terrible at a time like that, but for real, for real. And it got so bad that finally, I told a friend, you know that if I leave, you're not gonna be able to keep the apartment, but we can't stay here like this. We got men jumping out the bushes when we go out the house, crack pipes and stuff. Let's be real with it. Come on now. I'm just saying, for real. We couldn't do nothing with her. And finally, the uncle owned the house, and the neighbor across the street started saying with the activity. So he's looking like, all what y'all doing? It wasn't no y'all. It was her. So we had to let her go. And do you know how hard it was to drive down the street and see her out there on the blocks. I'm talking about she tricked all the way out. Do you understand what I mean? I'm talking about gang banging for $5, all of that. Anybody, you understand what I'm saying? It got way out of control. Forget. Yes, that's right. That's right. You're right about that, Megan. Of burnt plastic. And I ain't gonna lie, I've tried a lot of the same things. A lot of the same things. It just didn't stick with me the way it did. But that wasn't the first time with me and the sister that we tried it. It didn't work for us, and this sister got way bad into it. But we have tried it other times in our life. But then we became the ones that supply it. You see, we're gonna go. You know, I got that the first time I hooked up some of that, a batch of that. I had a Hellman's mayonnaise jar. I'm gonna keep it real baking soda. What we talking about, y'all? We're not baking cakes. Hello, hello, reality, real talk. I ain't gonna play no games. I'm gonna tell you what it is. And to be honest with you, that was the first time a big batch. But when I used to do a smaller batch, I used to use a test tube. I'm gonna tell you, it went down. You get what I'm trying to tell you? We traded one side for the other, but yet we have dibbed and dabbed too throughout ourselves because it was almost like you had to get it how you live, whether you want to or not. Yes, turn one into four. And listen, let me tell you. Oh my gosh, I had what we used to call back then a gate, and I had certain people that, IV and the other side did their thing. I'm trying not to put this out too crazy, but I promise you, it was all bad. All of these people, listen to me, were a shell of themselves. I got one girl that I grew up with. She had like 10 kids. And the last baby she had, they took the baby directly from her in the hospital because the baby tested positive. She got so bad, she lost all of her kids, her teeth, everything. I'm not saying that you can't lose your teeth for other reasons. We can lose our teeth for old age, cavities, just normal. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying with her, those weren't the cases, just regular medical stuff. It was because of the intensive drug use. These people have gotten into where they started off smoking crack to crystal meth, shooting up, sores all over their body, hepatitis, HIV positive, prostituting out here still. I remember one girl, she's still out here now. Her name was Coco. She's still out here now, and I think she's probably about maybe about 61 years old. Still out here, never got it together. HIV positive till this day, and still doing it. And I promise you, I don't see men pull up and pick her up in Mercedes. It just, you know what I'm saying? It's horrible. She never got her kids back either. And this other one that I said with the 10 kids, she never got her kids back either. And like I said, they took the baby. All her kids are adults now, but she lost them when they was 2 and 3 years old. Do you understand what I'm saying? And the last baby she had probably is about 17 now, but she never got herself together to get the kids back. And she went out here, I'm talking about scraping down knee and knuckle into the world of hell. And I promise you, it's like almost everybody. And we don't want to talk about the guys. Oh my gosh, the guys. Oh boy, some guys that were seriously, seriously that I know, heterosexual, were gay for pay. They went all the way out. Do you understand what I'm trying to explain to you? And then you try to figure out, well, what is a person's rock bottom? You be thinking they lost their kids, they lost it all. This guy was straight. He did that just to be able to get high. That's not his rock bottom. The only way you hit rock bottom is if you allow God in and you're really ready to go. And sometimes it's not even that. Sometimes that don't work. Sometimes you be thinking, I done lost the kids, I done lost my husband, my house, my car, and now I'm ready. And they go in somewhere good and relapse. If you don't got it in you, you don't got it in you. I remember this one lady that started, because you ever notice that when you start using these drugs, people start coming from different neighborhoods. He said, and all starts at home if you don't teach them, yes, to love themselves. Yes, the parent don't love you. Yes, how can you do that? That's me. That's me. Maiden, you're describing a lot about me. Yes, 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 exactly. And that's exactly what it is. I remember how it started, how certain areas concentrate. Like a lot of people over here, these are like more of the crackheads. These are the coke sniffers. These are the ones that shoot up dope. And then you got to find another area where they got the meth labs at. Come on now, come on now. And then you got people, popping through this way that you never seen in this area before. They're coming from a better area, but they got a drug problem. What do I mean when I say that? Okay, we got it like this. Okay. We got Sally. She's a nurse, right? She got a couple of properties. She got a husband, a couple of kids. Her husband's an engineer. She's making over 150,000 a year, doing good. But what happened? She had a car accident, right? Okay, she had a car accident. She injured her back. And now, they gave her some medication, pain medication. She got addicted to the pain medication. Before she would have a little wine, and that was, maybe once in a while they celebrate or whatever, but she never had any kind of problems. But now she's taking the pain medication, and now that the injury is healed, she finds herself wanting the pain medication. So now she's doing that, and she's getting prescription medicines from any and everybody that she can. And now the doctors, ran to 3 and 4 different emergency rooms. You know what I'm talking about. Okay. Now it ain't happening no more. So what you find out streetwise what kind of drugs that would hit the same neural receptors. Let's talk, because there's people don't understand why people become alcoholics, and a lot of the medication that they put you on for mental health or whatever your problem may be worse than the problem you have, and that's why you don't want to take medication, especially when you got bipolar and ADHD. If you can't find the right medication, you are better off without it. But certain drugs and liquor hit certain neural areas of your brain. He said, "Oh Lord, that's the truth in every state, in every city in America." And yes, you know what I'm telling you. Okay, it's hit the certain neural receptors. There is it's just like a person. Oh, I don't drink. I don't drink. I only drink probably maybe maybe 3 or 4 beers a night. Okay, add up the equivalent of alcohol that's in each beer you drinking liquor. You understand what I'm saying? And what it does is hitting certain neuroreceptors, because that's how a lot of people become addicted. They're trying to kill the noise in their head because they got some type of disability where they were born with a chemical imbalance, ADD, whatever you want to call it. You don't understand what I'm saying, whatever it may be. But the medicine that they put you on at the doctor's office it has you all crazy and out of it and don't feel right, and you don't feel yourself. And then some people find the right medicine, so then you don't take it. So then you numb it with alcohol because it hits the same neuroreceptors. You get what I'm saying? We're going deep with psychopathy. You understand what I mean? The chemical imbalance of the brain. So with that being said, anyway, with this woman here, she ended up, finding out. I'm gonna tell you what she did. She decided to take a walk out here on the rough side of town. Somewhere she ain't familiar with, ain't never been in none of that. And she's finding a drug that is giving her the high now, because remember the pain is gone, but in her mind my back still hurt. You know what I'm saying? But that's the drug telling you your ass is addicted. Come on, come on. So now she started off where she sliding out in the streets, and she finding out that, what, I can buy some prescription Ritalin and drink some vodka with that, and damn, that's starting to feel like that medication the doctor had me on, that Tylenol with codeine. Come on, come on, let's ride. Let's keep it real. Okay, so she's doing that for a while. Somebody then she got some Ritalin, but guess what? That ain't getting her high no more. You see what I'm saying? So now she needs to graduate. So you start talking to the heads out here. Y'all know what the heads is, right? You start doing that, and somebody to introduce you to, what? Sniff a little bit of this, take a little bit of that. You understand what I mean? Puffing, huffing on chemicals, furniture polish spray. We trying all this. You're hiding it from the husband. You're starting to lose weight now. You understand what I mean? You're starting to look a little, and your husband looking at you, and your kids. You know how the kids be saying, "Mommy, why is your nose always so red? Mommy sick?" They thinking, you got a cold blowing your nose, but it's that coke that's burning up that pipe. You know what I'm talking about? Yes, yes, you know what I'm talking about. Yes, and I'm gonna tell you, started messing up. It started trickling down like that, where the kids started noticing. The husband, he sees you with your clothes on, he sees you with your clothes off. He's starting to see how kind of bony you're starting to look, a little skinny. What's going on, baby? You all right? Kids, mommy, your nose is red. Mommy, why your hands shaking? You know how it is. And before you know it, she's covering up. She's telling a whole bunch of lies. And then before you know it, she's stopped going to work a couple of days, and then the husband, he decides, because the kids is at school, he decides on his lunch break he gonna swing by his wife and bring her some roses. And they said, well, Sally ain't been to work in 3 days. So then, she don't know that he went up to her job. So when he gets home, he says, babe, they said you didn't go to work today. Oh yeah, she said, yeah, I wasn't feeling well. He said, but for 3 days, babe, you didn't say you were sick at home. It's 3 days, not just today, 3 days. Oh no, 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 no. What happened was I had took a couple of days off because I want to surprise your mother and them, because they're coming up to visit. Lies, lies, lies. I'm just making this as I go to lies. Then all of a sudden, what's happening now? She then got fired. So she's telling the husband that with the position she had, they no longer need her because they had too many nurses there. You know the lies that they tell. So finally, she's not working now. So she don't have her little bit of money that she brings to the table to help pay the bills. She's collecting unemployment. Her and her husband pay the bills together in the house. But now you have lesser money with unemployment, so you can't buy the drugs and then have the right money to show your husband to be accountable for the mortgage or whatever. So now was she out here turning tricks, turning tricks. So what's happening? What's happening? You're out here tricking men off. You get what I'm saying? To get high. Okay? You're out here and then you start feeling dirty now. You already was feeling a certain kind of way for being into these drugs, but now you had to give yourself to someone that wasn't your husband, several different ones. Now you're starting to feel dirty about yourself. Now you got the suicidal thoughts that's coming into play in your mind because of what you have to do and what you done with your mouth. You kiss your babies with your mouth. You know that kind of way that we got to get real with yourself, and now you got suicidal thoughts, and at the same time the addiction is so strong it doesn't matter now. I don't care if I kiss the kids with it. I don't care if I caught something. Now I'm sleeping with my husband tonight. I'm out here. And now what happens? Now the husband is starting to call his mother and your parents saying something's going on with Sally. She's not working, and I think she's getting high. I found the pipe in her pants, and she's not around. And the neighbors said that they seen some activity going on over here. And this woman then went from having a decent life to hit rock bottom out in the streets as a crackhead, a prostitute, and her whole life is done. Do you understand what I'm saying? The kids didn't matter no more. There is no God. There is no husband. There is no pride. I don't care. I'm running around here. I'm out here now. And then you start hanging out there in the streets. Then you meet your a junkie boyfriend. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now he gonna let you sleep with somebody when his hustle ain't working because he running around here stealing rims off of cars and going into stores stealing to supply y'all so y'all can get high. But sometimes that don't work out. So now he won't let you do something with some men so that you can bring the drugs for both of y'all to share. But then y'all get high. Then he want to argue with you. How many of them did you sleep with? Did you enjoy it? Why did you do that? We could have found another way, but you told me, yeah, babe, but I love you. They start all that. You know what I'm talking about? Them couples like that out there in them streets. And then now it's time for, well, we done laid up in his mother's basement for a while. We done laid over at my cousin's house for a while. Now we're heading to Tent City. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? Meanwhile, you're out here now, you're sleeping outside, you're not bathing, you ain't seen your kids, your husband got your mama over there helping him raise your kids. It's done. Hey, Bert, you see what I'm saying? You just watch how you start from tiptoeing through the tulips to hitting rock bottom out in this street. And it doesn't take much to happen for that to happen. And a lot of times, as Madden was saying, when you come from houses and you're not shown love and people are not treating you right and you're not raised right, you are an easy victim, and you start off, they always say the gateway. The gateway drug is pot. But a lot of times people don't realize it's like beer and alcohol that you may sample around here. Because I had so many people when I was coming up that were able to go and take a couple of beers because their father, or somebody wouldn't know. He said, yes, I do, man. Do. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, Maiden. And they go, and once they get themselves trapped in that lifestyle, because see, first they go through all kinds of different stages. They're covering it up, they're hiding it, they're trying to be a good parent. And you would feel like once it gets that bad that they hit rock bottom, you kiss your child with the lips that you just performed, some other men, all that type of stuff that you try to make it okay. And then you end up getting you a street boyfriend that's on drugs just like you. And then y'all walking around with these backpacks and tents and tarps, and you got your family waiting for you, them kids, that husband that wants you back, and you gone now. I'm gone. And then you done creep back in there a few times. Yes, wasted life. You done creep back in there a few times and stole something from your own kids. You know that the husband got the kids now, and he know that he done Christmas shopping because it's the holidays. So you done stuck in the house and stole some of the kids' Christmas toys. I mean, it gets crazy. And I promise you, this ain't no made up story. This is the reality of how this stuff works. And I know so many people that start off like that and it just go all the way down. And these women, what they do, the first thing they do is they end up having the prostitute because they don't have any valid income anymore. And that is the oldest career in the book, if you know what I mean. and they start doing that, but a lot of them always find them a boyfriend out there, and then you're the responsible one to have to be, unless these men started, because I got like maybe three or four guys that I knew that was heterosexual, and they started they got cracked out there. First they started trying to be boys hustling out here, trying to act cool like they down with it. Yo, man, I may, turn up, some moet once in a while, yo, smoke me my blunt, man, I'm chilling and all that, and then they decide to try the product that they're selling one day, the dudes, right? So now you done tried it and you like it. It start trickling down where who your boss is coming to collect money. You're always short. You're always short. Before you know it, you out here looking crazy, geeked out. And now you trying to figure out you ain't got no prostitute girl, you ain't got no female to pimp. So how you gonna get the coin? Because the game you trying to run to steal and rob and all that ain't working for you. So now you thinking, what kind of area can I go where them kind of people like to get down like that? Who want to knock on the back door? You understand what I'm trying to tell you? Start that fiending stuff. And I know so many guys that got turned out to where because they were heterosexual, but they had to be able to do that with the man to get the money to stay high, and they walking around now with high heels and skirts on. And I'm not saying it to be rude, but you know what I mean, a quick end. And the thing is, people don't understand what I'm saying here. When you talk like this, I am not talking about, because I promise you, far as certain communities, same sex relationships, I've met some of the best people in my life. I promise you. That's not what I'm talking about, because a lot of people misunderstand what you're saying. What I'm saying is, a lot of people don't understand the reality of having that in you. If you're born like that, that's who you are. Can't nobody make you gay. If you're born like that, that's who you are. But I'm saying with these guys, they weren't. But they had to do that to get high. And then they started dealing with a lot of the clients that want them to look more ladylike, the ones that were straight. And when you talk like this, you have to tiptoe lightly, because anybody that has, that may be bisexual or whatever, and you talk about this, they think that you're discriminating against them. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, just as well as the housewife, I had a woman offer me that she said to me, "You got a couple of dollars because I can eat under that two-legged table." I'm heterosexual, and she was at some point in her life, and I didn't even realize who she was until I seen her another time, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, is that Alicia? Oh shoot!" And I'm like, "Alicia was, what the hell is she doing out here?" And the same thing with the guys; they weren't, and can't nobody make you gay. And some people are doing stuff just to get high. They don't care nothing about no titles and no labels. They need to get high, and people don't understand. When we had C-19, when they first started, you know how they only allowed essential stuff, like the grocery store was essential, the emergency room is essential. Certain places was essential, but they also had the package stores open. You know why? Because an alcoholic, if they don't get a drink, they could die. That's why you have to go to methadone clinics and detox when you come off of certain drugs, because your system is built. Crack is different. Crack have you all up hyper and acting a certain kind of way. But when you start dealing with that crystal meth, that's a physical addiction that is in your bloodline. You have to have it. Alcohol too. And a lot of people don't understand why they got all them sores and stuff on their body, because it's almost like shooting up acid. It started eating away at you, collapsing all your lungs and all that kind of stuff like that. I know some women that are shooting up in their private because they're hiding from family members that always check them to see if they got tracks to find out if they're back using. People shoot up in between their toes. After a while, there's a breakdown of the skin. But those kind of addiction, they need them addictions. They need their narcon. If they end up out here, and a lot of them die daily, and the ambulance come and bring them back to life, and they get right back at it again. And a lot of people are doing a lot of stuff that they don't want to do. I know plenty of women that had problems like that, and they got a few men that they have to come over to give them a couple of dollars for a good time, and they say, "What's up with them kids over there now?" You see, y'all know where I'm going with it. One lady had her thing, her little ad. She's selling herself with her child. Moms like to have fun with a little friend involved. Like little ads they was putting in Craigslist and all that. You know what I'm talking about? You got that right. Yes, 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 maiden. Yes, exactly. Yes, yes, definitely. And then that's when people start. So a few of these women that went all the way crazy like that, they start allowing their children, because when you get on that seedy side, people don't understand. You could be, just say, like, you hanging out with a friend that's from the streets, and you just started getting high, and you want, you still got your job and you still doing okay, but you go hang with her, end up somewhere gang rape because you don't went with her to a house to cop, and them guys looking at her like she looking good, the breast still firm, all that. Come on, come on. No, I don't want to do it. I got money to pay for what I want. I want to get it and go. No, we said, come on. You know what I'm saying? And end up becoming a victim. And now you're in big trouble now because you're already starting to just slip into this lifestyle. And now you done been assaulted. So now that's going to make your mind messed up to where you're going to fully want to engage in this. And people walk away from their families, their own kids, newborn babies. And there's so many people that be trying to save these folks. I was just telling the story the other day about this couple that got a daughter that's like 30 years old, and they had her late because they're in their 70s now. They had her late, and she was the only child, and she got herself involved in drugs. He said the whole life. Yes, yes, their whole life. Yes, she got involved in drugs, and I promise you, I feel so bad for this family. Do you know that they bought the house back when she was a little girl, end up having the house paid off, and they have been refinancing the house over and over because both of them are in retirement, so they don't have the kind of insurance that they could add her on their insurance so that they can get her in rehab. So they would put, loans out on the house and stuff so that they can pay for her to go to a facility. I mean, this just kept happening over and over again so bad where this couple ended up where they had to let the house go because they didn't have enough money coming in, and end up trying to rent a 1 bedroom apartment because they let the girl take them all the way out, their daughter. They couldn't help her, and they finally got her in a program, and the program told them that they need some treatment. Okay, here it is. People be knocking on the door. They already been there and took the card. Yes, you see, that's what I'm talking about, meeting, paying her debts. Somebody want the car. They coming in trying to muscle and Armstrong, being disrespectful to your mother. And that's exactly what happened. They owe, they gave it all up, and they end up losing their house. And when they, got her in the last program, they told them, listen, you guys need therapy too because you're not helping, you're hindering. Well, this is our only child, and we was blessed at a later age, and we will love her. We don't, and that's all they did. They stuck by this girl, and I promise you, she took them all the way down. She started swearing at them, putting her hands on them, and it never got better. It never got better. The little 1 bedroom they had, she acted up so bad up in there. They put them out of that 1 bedroom. Now they over at somebody else's house in the basement with her coming in and out. And these parents are 70 years old, had 2 cars, had a house that was paid off because they kept sticking by her, letting her do what she wanted to do. And see what's gonna happen with her. They ain't gonna be around one day. If she don't die out here in the streets from ODing or whatever she doing, she done already killed her parents, so to speak. They're done. And that's all they just kept putting up with it, and now they done hit rock bottom with it, them physically, and they kept telling them, y'all need therapy too, y'all need therapy too, because you don't understand that. See, this is what people don't get too. A lot of people that go to like these interventions and these places for alcoholism and drugs, the people that are training you to help you get off are recovering addicts themselves. So they're gonna tell you that sometimes the whole family needs some kind of counseling, and you can't be an enabler. And see, people get mad when you try to tell them something like that. Listen, Betty's not going to get off the drugs if you keep allowing her, you keep giving her money, you keep letting her stay with you. She don't have no reason to get clean, or he don't have no reason to get clean because you are allowing this to happen. There's no way out of that. And with people with that, oh, I don't care what nobody say because they my kids and I'm gonna do what I gotta do for my kids. That's not no doing nothing. You're not doing anything but causing more harm because they're not going to stop getting high. And I'm telling you that game right there, because I'm gonna tell you, I done had so many situations where I've had people that offered me. I'm telling you, they walking down the street with a TV. You understand what I'm saying? A microwave, meat. Girls were selling, trying to sell WIC vouchers. You understand the milk that you get from a government program for your kids, selling that to get high. Shoes, sneaker, coats, going up in families' houses, taking stuff to sell to get high, and then that's only good until the next high. And then you notice with these drugs where they got it, where you only can be high a certain amount of time before you know it, you right back out because it don't wear off. It never ends. But when your brains get so fried like that, it is like the equivalent of your brain, frying like an egg. You can't make rational decisions. But the thing is, when people try to help you before it get that bad, That's when you could have helped them. And then some people have been on it for 40 years and recovered now. He said it's crazy. Step out of. Oh, you too, and thank you so much, mate. And I feel you, and I appreciate it. And since I see me and you are the only ones coming up and down, I'm gonna step out for a minute myself. God bless you. You already know we know. You already know what's up, and I thank you so much, and God bless you. Big up yourself, brother. Tú lo sabe que yo lo dice. Big up yourself. Give you three languages. Take care. I'll be around. That's my brother right there for real. For real, for real. Hello, Kate. I'm glad you're still here. I didn't know who was left on or if you got it running and doing something in the background. And thank you so much, Echo. I enjoyed some of your Yahtzee game last night and I appreciate you for having me. Thank you so much. I hope y'all doing well. I've been in this for chatting for a minute because you know how it is. Chat, silent, noisy. I hope y'all. I was making sure you are right, Katie, because I hadn't seen you and I was worried about you. And I know how it is with YT though. You got to make your rounds, and plus you got your own personal life. Life is life, and you get it. Oh yeah. But I'm glad to see that you're doing well because I've been watching some of your videos too. Oh, Betty, thank you so much. You're so sweet. She said I'm still here. Thank you, Chef. Chef from scratch, man. I know y'all should be healthy over there, cause honey, you do a lot of stuff from scratch. And you know what's in it. I mean, I know we all buy stuff frozen and pre-made, but you throws down, mama. You throws down. You gets it in, sis. Betty. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Hey, my beautiful Grace. How are you doing, sweetie? Thank you so much. I'm glad you are around. I appreciate you. You know, we all we got a click going here. You know what I'm talking about? Man, listen. I appreciate you, my darling. And we just had, listen, we had a whole bunch of folks up in here a while ago here. We had Maiden and Bird and Cher and Forever Mimi. All of us was in. We got it in on some tough subjects. And boy, did Mimi bring a lot of stuff to the table. I was so happy for her to be able to release. I mean, we were going into the deep stuff. You know how we was talking yesterday about abuse. All you know how we covered every ground. And Mimi came in here and shared and opened up. And I thank her so much for that. Maiden shared and opened up like he did in Bart's live. And anytime I talked to him, he 100% raw. Bert came in and, said he was able to listen in for a minute because, he at work and he got to keep it on silent. But everybody we did good here. And a lot of them really shared and released. I mean, deep stuff. deep stuff. It was amazing, and I'm so glad you were around. I don't know if you heard any of it, but whenever you're ready for us to chat it up, I'll be right here, my boo. You are real good people too, Grace. I thank you. I thank all of you. I love everybody. Isn't this awesome though, Grace, to really and I know you might be busy, so I don't want to start talking you to death right now, but if you can still hear me, isn't it awesome just to be able to enjoy people and everybody be real and really care about it? I'm not saying that we're trying to be in the fairy tale land and imagination and like things can't be, like we're not gonna have any problems or troubles. That's not what I'm talking about. Just being grateful for the good things. So then when awful stuff happens, which it is, at any given time in our lives, we have something good to hold on to. Because I'm not on YT living a fairy tale and my whole personal life is a disaster. That's not what I'm on here for. And what I'm living with all you wonderful brothers and sisters and friends is a nice life added on to what I already have. Even though I got some issues that I mentioned here and there, I'm still good to go. And I'm not on here like how we got them shows with the catfish and all that mess now. This is real and it's appreciated. Thank God, huh? It was nice, very nice. Hey, what to do, Rob? Thank you so much for coming through. How you doing? And you just missed out. I don't know how long Grace or you've been here, but we just had some heavy hitters up in here talking some deep, deep stuff. And I'm telling you, people came off on some serious business, man. Even if you look in the comment section, if you wanted to, you can see how deep the conversations got and what we were talking about and how real this thing is. You know what I'm saying? We here, we showing up to show out. Let's get it. I thank you so much for coming though, Rob. And Grace, I don't know if you're just popping in for a minute or you want to chat it up, but you let me know how you want to proceed, and I'm here for it. Sounds good, Grace. Do your thing, girl. I just appreciate you coming through. Thank you so much for coming, my dear friend. I really appreciate it. I just watched one of your videos a few moments ago. I don't know if you'll be checking, but I'll be trying to leave you messages, and I know we're all busy. But I thank you for coming.